Yo, everybody, welcome back to, oh, not welcome back, welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship of Maldives 2025. Today, I'm here with Annie and Mike. Say hi, guys.
Hi
Hi.
guys. And you know what? I'm so happy to be casting with Mike once again. And Sam. I mean, I've worked with you before, but this is like the first time that we're gonna be casting together. And once again, yeah, this PUBG Mobile's national championships for Maldives, and I'm really so excited to see how these 16 wonderful teams all perform tonight. And Mike, how are you?
Well, thank you so much for that, Annie. And yes, I mean it really is exciting to see, especially with our behind the scenes guy right here, Sam, now into the front lines and sharing this moment with us. And of course, we are gonna be sharing it with you as well, the viewers. Now, of course, for our viewers right here, you can share the stream and of course show your love, show your support. And again, we're just as excited as you are. I mean, this is gonna be 2 days worth of fighting, of course, 10 matches with all of these teams. And out of these 16 teams, four will remain and will move on to the South Asian stage.
Yes, Moik. And for your information, guys, today we're gonna play five map. That's Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. So I hope you guys all enjoy the game. Don't miss the intense actions, rivalries, and adrenaline-pumping matches for the five matches of today. And letting you know, either we have five matches tomorrow. Still with us three as your casters, and I think we're gonna start the first match really soon. But Moik and Annie, what are you hoping for the first game of the PMNC Maldives in 2025?
Well, I'm really hoping for the first game. We're gonna see how these 16 teams will kind of, get to know each other first. But I'm sure they've played with each other before because these are some pretty familiar names. I mean, like we're seeing AKAZAYA Esports, Syndicate, La Familia, TTS, Lons Esports. These are household names, especially in the Maldives scene. So I'm really excited to see them go back into the playing field once again.
Yeah, I mean, for these teams, pretty familiar ones. And of course, game one, it's going to be Erangel. So, kind of, since it's going to be the first day, the first match, it's going to be testing the waters here. But a little bit risky. You have to be a little bit careful right here, especially it's an Erangel map. And, usually we start the games with a Sanhok just to, get the blood flowing, get warm up and stuff. But we're starting with Erangel, so it's really a bold move for all of these teams right here. Whichever move they will make.
Uh, yeah, I know this is the first match of the day. You can see also the flight path goes from Severny to Primos itself. I think this may be a really interesting flight path with low volatility rates for many of the teams indeed. But guys, I'm thinking there's some technical issues behind the scenes. We're not really sure of what it is, but if we have any latest updates, we'll of course update it to all of you, our lovely viewers, on YouTube channel. And guys, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe on this channel for your further updates or for further notifications of other esports events or even the next days of PMNC. And also, I bet this channel's also takes part in the live finals, I guess. Oh, country final or PMNC South Asia's playoffs. So I guess maybe for you like subscribing, I think it's not bad. It's worth it, right, Annie?
Yeah, definitely worth it to keep subscribing to the official PUBG channels because of course if you subscribe to them you'll see other exciting competitions, maybe not just this. We're going to be seeing future competitions with your favorite teams as well, and of course keep yourselves updated to see basically, yeah, the updates, the most recent in the most recent updates for PUBG M. And over here, we're actually looking at the game once again. We're seeing 62 players on the ground, and that's 16 teams. So it looks like we haven't had any casualties just yet. But looking here, Teletubbies, there's another team nearby. I believe that would be Syndicate, and they're going up the building right now. I don't know if they have information that one player from TTS, that would be Lahut, is up here all alone. But it looks like they do have this, the bag 3 versus 1. Lahut is not looking very good, and with that, he's on the red. He's gonna get finished off, and that's one kill to the side of Syndicate. Yes, Mike?
Yeah, I think Mike's there, but we should wait for confirmation for him. But as you can see,
Yeah.
the first clashes or the early game clashes is one of a kind for this event, I guess, because the volatility rate of every team is really high for now. And as you guys know, the first game is like the game that decides everything, that decides the tempo, that decides the how the game goes. But I guess from the first game right here, I think we're gonna see an aggressive game coming up ahead. But for now, let's just see La Familia RIP, one of the teams that I'm actually familiar with. But ooh, as you can see here, there's SDMZ CYANIDE, but oh, Blanky and Shisui, they're disconnected from the game. Annie.
Yeah, actually, I think several of these players are not doing very good. I don't know what the back end will do about this, but for now, assuming that the game will still go on, the show goes on. We're looking at, yeah, 61 players. I guess like the last player back then, they kind of kicked the bucket back there, and we're looking at TTS Esports right now. I think that dude was also lagging. They were just running in place, but it's still not over just yet. Everyone's just kind of looting around, doing what they can for now, and it's a little bit quiet. I don't think there were any other early game engagements, save for the one that we witnessed a while ago. But right now, I think there's La Familia, RIP. There was another team nearby, and yeah, welcome back, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, thanks so much for that. And of course, back into the game with 4 minutes and around 30 seconds currently running right here for this first game. We haven't seen a lot of skirmishes yet, but some have been eliminated. And that's just how it is. It's still the beginning of the game, and there are still 9 more games. So it's just gonna be testing the waters right here with the rest of these teams. But pretty much they know each other already, so they already have that sort of maybe pattern or something that they can try to identify and to try to counter it. But yeah, for now they will be just looting, and nothing's gonna happen. Definitely for now, especially that these teams have been scattered so far.
Yeah, and also looking right here, Clash is also curing at the Asnaya Polyana. LHC Sports, one of the strongest team available on some of the tournaments I've seen and casted on. I think this may be a good contender for Team RIP up there, but as you can see, Lucidity itself has been taking some damage up front, and for now, I guess they're gonna regroup. But going to Team AKAZAYA, one of the also legendary teams available, Ruby from Team AKAZAYA is with the buggy. I think they're gonna rotate, but Maha is disconnected either with TM7, or V to SDMZ itself taking the compound at near I forgot where is it. I think it's near Novrepnoye, and yeah, I guess there's a looting up, and yeah, I guess not many fights we can see at the start of the game.
Yeah, not many fights, lots of disconnects. However, yeah, but yeah, it looks like the game will be going on, and we're down. We're in 6 minutes into this first map, and so with that, Erangel once again the most basic map in PUBG. It's literally the tutorial map, so each of these players they know this map very well, and of course. Just the basic things, looting around, getting those vehicles in the bag, securing those locations, and then seeing if the circle will be favoring their squad. And right now we're looking at AKAZAYA Esports. Once again, you mentioned one of the strongest teams so far in the Maldives community, and I totally agree with that. I've seen them perform in several competitions in PUBG before, and I can say they've totally made a name for themselves, and it's no wonder that we're seeing them compete in PMNC right now. And right now, Mike.
And yeah, I mean, so far so good. Syndicate taking number 1 spot with the first point. But yeah, the rest of the team still currently alive, though, trying to get inside the game zone right here. That's just gonna be it for now.
Yeah, I guess like Syndicate is also having a clash with Team TTS, but let's see right there, Lucifer has been taken down. Cyan itself with his M416 clip is getting shot at, and I think he's gonna get the second connection up ahead, but oh, for now, they hadn't got it. Cyan even hadn't got it, but the backup is coming from Bugube and Nahe, but Rolex from the other side of the map takes VVBYN down from Team TTS. Also, Bugube and Nahe is going for a clash, but I guess they need to wait for a little bit. Nope. Teletubbies Esports, like the cartoon, I guess, the Teletubbies cartoon, they're eliminated at the first place of the first match of the day.
Yeah, that was crazy with the car exploding and everything. That was pretty funny, but unfortunate for Teletubbies. They'll be kicking the bucket for now. We'll be seeing them in the next map. But for now, we're looking at another team. This is LF. That is La Familia Esports. It looks like there's another team nearby. I didn't quite catch their name, but over here we can see in the kill feed, it looks like RIP has an engagement against LHC. It looks like Lucidity will be saying goodbye for now. But over here, Senzu, it's the crosshairs out, tries to get some bullets into AKAZAYA, gets some damage, but it's not enough for a knock just yet.
Yeah, and definitely, with the Syndicate currently taking the first spot for now, things have been pretty good. And Syndicate again also of a very familiar team. I'm just gonna be wondering on how they will play this out with the rest of the match. Currently, the other teams are finding it difficult to try stop them, especially getting those fights. Especially they have eliminated one team, but yeah, the rest of the team's pretty much alive, just looking for a place to position, especially with the presence of other enemies. With their vehicles, they have to be pretty much careful and yeah, just really try to survive right here because I mean, the blue zone doesn't really hurt that much, but you're still pretty much far from the game zone, and you have to just cross that. And once you're crossing as well, there are also other teams that are doing the same thing.
Yeah, but as you can see right here, the first, not the first, I guess the second zone has popped up, is shifting to the third zone of this match. As you can see, Team AKAZAYA, OPT, Lons, NRS, AKZ, and LF are the teams that has been touched down on the zone. But for now, I guess many of the teams are gonna rotate up to the zone first, I guess, taking compounds. But Sin Bogube at the other side is clashing with TTS. Two players has been taken down. Shafu, OG, and one of his teammates are knocked down, I guess. But I guess that will be a confirmation elimination or more confirmation points for Team Syndicate, making them have 6 elimination points up ahead. A great start for them. A great start for Team Syndicate. We know they're grinding up ahead. But I guess for the first match of the day, it's too soon if we tell them they're a good team. Because, this is the first time they played here. And also, let's see, Bogube is instantly knocked down by Aku from Team TDS.
Mhm.
Doing quite well right now. They already have 6 eliminations in the bag, and of course Bogobe, they're on the red. They need that revive, but let's see if TTS can kind of take advantage of this moment. But Aku looks like he's gonna be losing her lives really close because that
A little
circle
bit
is
more.
eating away from his life. But it looks like the play zone will be getting the credit for that.
That's actually interesting. But the car goes in. He takes that down, and of course a couple of
Fancy.
bullets to end him as well. And yeah, there we have it. Another kill secured by the team. Just looking for another more, but of course they're just gonna be following and tracing this blue zone just to make sure that everyone hasn't safely crossed. And everyone that tries to, then they make sure that they get to eliminate that one.
Yes, I agree. But the zone is gonna shift now. It's gonna go to our mid game in the minute of 11 something, 11:14 I bet. But yeah, I guess the circle is now closing. Many of the teams are not gatekeeping the zone. Maybe Leons are gatekeeping the zone, and CND or Cyanide making some entries up ahead. But I guess from now on, there's not many fights coming in, and Ruins is one of the compounds that got into the zone at the kind of centerish of the zone. I guess for Ruins itself, it may be a complicated arc as a hard compound to defense, but now Ruins is still empty. Maybe Syndicate Esports that's doing an entry from Rozok. Maybe they can conquer it, but I guess many team will be pushing to a better compound. But I see here in Club Leon is doing a fight with Team Inzo, but SDMZ Signet, I guess Annie, is doing a third party from behind.
Yes, let's see how this will play out because it looks like Club Leons, they do have control over this building, but just how much protection will this building give them? Because right now outside, it looks like another team has been surrounding them. And Leon Scalpo, I think they'll be going in for those kills. Oh, those bullets connected real well. 1 and
My
2
God.
on their side. Calto quite low on health. This is a 1 versus 1. I'm not sure who's gonna win. Oh gosh, what was that? But
Oh,
in the end, he'll be going down. But Terror is on,
Ooh.
like, right behind it. What? The
That's not
health
nice.
just went down so fast. And that was the end for Club Leons.
That's not nice, man.
Definitely. Wow. And
What?
very interesting. And yeah, I mean, in that amount of time,
Oh
we have
gosh.
finally seen one team remaining. But I guess someone's arriving. Oh no, cavalry is coming, boys. The grenades being prepared to be thrown as well. But the damage will not take one down just yet. Another more to try to take them down, but it just went through it.
Ooh.
Another grenade just to hit, but the wall will protect him. However, just near him is just gonna be one member trying to take him down. The rest of the members coming to claim the prize. More food, they say, as they try to take the last member down, and he moves up, just really trying to hide these cats, especially that they're hunting this mouse down.
But as you can see right here, they're planning a crossfire on this part of the map, and oh, right here, .inc. Nice. It's the last man standing of Team Dot and SDMZ Cyanide. I guess with the manpower they have, I think they're just gonna push. And as you can see right here, .inc goes to the lobby. That's a nasty shot or nasty nade, if you can see there. But I guess 2 points for SDMZ Cyanide without any trade-offs from four of their players. I think this is a good move from the starting point of the game, and also wins have been conquered by a few Team LHC and maybe Sin, but as you can see from the pop-up notifications up ahead, circle closing in 15 seconds and ahead. But for now, I guess let's see LHC is esports first, but yeah, for me, I bet the zone is gonna shift to the upper part of ruins or maybe to the George Pool Mountains, and let's see, the zone is closing to ruins. Yep.
Mhm. That's a lot of open fields, actually. I think it looks the circle only covers like about half of the ruins. And so with that, I'm sure several teams that are positioned there, that will be LHC and Syndicate, if I
Oh,
remember
nice.
correctly, that maybe they'll be making some decisions. But looking at the kill feed, it looks like we see there's a engagement with NRS, and I can't quite catch the other one. But over here, we're looking at the POV of Syndicate. This is Nahi right behind the sacks. I think they have information about LHC. They're trying to get some bullets in, some damage in, and it looks like one is down on the side of LHC. They have the opportunity to get that revive, like get a bit of a reset before coming back to Syndicate. But right now, it looks like Syndicate is the one doing very, very well so far. They have the most eliminations, seven in fact, out of the 16 teams. And LHC over here, only three players left, I believe, and still zero eliminations. So let's see how this plays out.
And yeah, I mean, as you can see in the map right now, Syndicate just waiting for those heads to pop out before they can claim their prizes. But of course, near them are another teams as well, prepared to go for the hunt. And just in case, this could possibly lead to a lot of teams that's just gonna be clashing in. But here we have A will take one down. That's gonna be Nape from TTS. We'll find one member, and we'll probably have to move back, especially that he has seen a lot of those enemies currently alive as well. So he will not fully commit to that just yet. But back into the game right here with JAANUN, FIDHAA, of course, the rest of their team still pretty much grouped up, but
What
they
is
do
this?
have the lower ground, so this could be a very huge disadvantage from their side.
But as you can see at the other side of the game, you can see Team RIP is finding its way with Team SDMU Cyanide and TTS. It's eliminated at the other side of the map. But as you can see, let's focus here first because Blanky is gonna push to Team RIP Cloak in the car, but he hasn't been get noticed yet by Blanky. But Winter getting the higher ground, speaking cloak off, and as you can see, Lance from the back is making an entry either, but yeah, Blanky is gonna confirm the kills first as DMZ Cyanide now has 5 eliminations, a good starting point, but I guess they're gonna retreat first because that 1v2 is kind of tricky, I guess, and as DMC, they don't want to take the risk for losing more players up at the mid game, but Pmnc from La Familia Esports, I think he's the last man standing, and he's kind of in a bad situation right now, a squish situation, but I think if he can do a clutch on this, it will be a nasty shot. And Lance has been gathering some information on the Manny.
Yeah, and looking at here the elevation of the hills, lawns, they're just taking position. There's someone from RIP, of course, still hasn't quite seen the light. They have a little bit of life left. That's actually Vecna just kind of camping out in this little crack in the boulder, but It's a bit. It's gonna be a bit risky if he goes out and tries to get some kills because that'll be giving away their information. But over here, Cyanide looks like they'll be engaging, and with that, they'll be pulling back for now. It looks like they're not in a really good position, so they'll be resetting, going behind this car. But all the while, we're taking a look at the circle as well, and that circle is gonna close in on a lot of open field. So this will be an interesting late game, perhaps. Lots of grenades already going in. Lawns against Cyanide, still going at it against each other. It looks like there's a lot of grenades, and Matu will be taking some damage from that. And that grenade, yep, going quite behind, but not enough to kind of end Matu just yet. But these two teams, they're just throwing throwables against each other, but Matu will be pushing in, going in for that risk. Will that risk pay off? That's the question. Blanky's on the red, another on the red as well. Two players down on the side of Cyanide. Will they be able to revive these players?
Yeah, and yeah, there we have it. Those guns claiming the lives of these players right here for game number one. And it does look like the last member, I think it's going to be Cyanide, looking for a possible kill, but Lon's just taking them one down, and that's just going to be another team eliminated for this first game. That's going to be Bot Bro taking that last shot. But for now, looking at the kill feed as well, it does look like we see Eddie getting a kill, and the play zone also claiming one life from the side of Lons after that skirmish. But yeah, Eddie will claim another one and will probably be looking for more as Rifa also claims another one for to help his team gain those points. But yeah, currently looking at the scoreboard, Syndicate still leads number one. Koptika, on the other hand, would be eliminated. Lons being spotted by Orpheus, and that would mark the elimination for Lons Esports, currently taking the second place.
This is a playmaker. Team VETM7 is literally playing with Team AKAZAYA, but as you can see, Orpheus getting Mano up ahead, and also Team La Familia are spotted by them. What a shot by Orpheus using that X4 and an M416 up there. But as you can see, TM7 has a long way to go. They must push. They cannot just hold here because the zone is closing and only 1 minute ahead. But as you can see, a drone view, we can see drone view right here. But Orpheus, we can see a little sight for him. Yeah, I think he's pushing to a few points or a few critical places of Team AKAZAYA. But as you can see, Nate is being cooked, Nate is being shown, and I think that Nate will connect and connect, and nope, my bad, and it will not connect to Team AKAZAYA Esports. Maha, as the last man standing, the pressure is building upon himself and his team and his team too. But yeah, I guess for now, Maha is gonna reset first. But I think for TM7, they cannot be greedy because I know that AKAZAYA can still reset, and I know AKAZAYA is not a newbie contender for this kind of fight.
Yeah, definitely. But let's see what VE will decide to do with that. They're definitely putting a lot of pressure against AKAZAYA. Lots of bullets coming in. Of course, it's not doing enough damage to take them down, but it looks like Eddie will be trying. Oh, actually, now they're completely eliminated, and Eddie's gonna go in for the spoils of the victory. Wow, that's absolutely crazy. VETM7 going against Syndicate on the leaderboard. That's 7 eliminations on each of those two teams. That's a good start, especially for this competition. But the question is, will that translate into the consistency later on? I mean, we still have 4 more maps today and 5 tomorrow. So I'm hoping to see these teams flourish tomorrow.
Yeah, and yeah, for now, Kara still trying to look for enemies, especially he's slowly climbing that up towards the higher ground, and just trying his best not to reach the blue zone as well, especially that it really it started to hurt right now. And yeah, currently we have 6 teams remaining. Syndicate still leading with the number one right here of Vietnam 7 taking second place, and Ops taking sixth place, the third team to be currently alive. And yeah, 3 members are also active for their side, La Familia, with 11th place, and 4 members still up and running. But yeah, this is gonna be their chance. And yeah, just looking at the terrain right now, it's just gonna be hard to dodge those bullets. But yeah, we have seen the last member from Syndicate running from the rest of these teams and just trying his best to be the last team that will survive and will probably be engaging at a third party that would be going on later on if he sees two teams clashing it out. But yeah, the rest of these teams pretty much
Ooh.
holding this one out. But ooh, LG Esports 49, he wasn't too careful with that one. He got shot in the head, but will have to go for heals.
Yeah, but as you can see right here, the zone is gonna close in 1 minute sharp. But OPZ gets a clean shot on Team JF. But Matboy in the open running up ahead. And ooh, that was a close one. Mash is not finished by him, but Matboy itself, he can still run, but very good. Is still up on front of him. And I think Matboy is gonna hold it up first because they know it will be a surprise attack. Matboy itself is gonna do 1v1 with the S12 gaining the trusty shotgun, but it can't handle it. Matboy is gonna be knocked down, and let's see, Lucy from the other side of the game are gonna still push up front, but LHE Esports, I don't think they have any smokes or some utilities, but yeah, I guess it's definitely predictable that OPZ has the nicest place, and right now, Annie, we can see the top 4 teams are contending in the first game.
Yeah, we're down to our last 4 teams, and looking at our POV right now, it looks like it's LF. La Familia is getting burnt by that Molotov, and Viper is very low on health, still on fire, but manages to get away with their lives. But how long will they stay alive? That is the question. With VETM7 outside their doors, putting pressure on their team. And right now, VETM7 is the top team on the leaderboards for now.
Ooh.
Especially with 9 eliminations. Gonna make that 10 with Aizen99 going down on the side of La Familia.
Yeah, and now back to VE E2S. Still just outside the house, and just waiting for them to go out. But it does look like they're making this into a battlefield as Viper will go down. Eddie gets the kill and will be probably looking for more, but Senzo will find another one. Eddie going to claim those kills, and now E2S left with the last member currently alive. Eddie fighting this one down. The shot's not connecting, and he will be eliminated. And that's just gonna be bye-bye for now for the side of VE E2S M7.
A clutch, a really, really nasty clutch is done by Sanzo. What an amazing gameplay, what an eye-catching gameplay. But yeah, I think La Familia Esports is, they need to work hard to get that chicken dinner. Look at OPZ, they have 3 players, they can chill out for a bit, but not for La Familia and Syndicate. The highest percentage of the chicken dinner may go to OPZ Esports, but we must make sure that Team LF or Team Syndicate doesn't mess themselves up, because as you can see, OPZ, they're on a split right here. Sahube up front, Botbro off the back. But yeah, I guess OPZ Esports, don't be greedy. That's my only piece of advice if they're fighting in a situation like this, because Botbro itself get a hold of Sanzo, but Rolex itself, he's not even in the zone. So I guess this chicken dinner will go to OPZ, but let's see, Annie. What do you think?
Well, I mean, OPZ Esports, as long as they play their cards right, they practically have this chicken dinner in the bag because, they have the numbers advantage, and that's 3 versus 1 versus 1. Syndicate, they're not going to do anything risky, I believe. And La Familia, that goes the same with them as well. It looks like Mash will be going in they're gonna Molotov the building where La Familia Esports is, and it looks like Senzu will be going down first. And of course, Maj is also on the red. They need that revive. But once again, OPZ Esports, they don't need to worry about that too much. And it looks like they'll be on the hunt for the last player of Syndicate. And I believe they're actually right there, right behind that tree. Rolex is gonna give away their information with a bunch of throwables. I don't know if that's gonna work out for them. Let's just see how OPZ Esports will respond to this.
And yeah, for now, OPZ versus Syndicate, the last member, it is gonna be. It's just gonna be a David Goliath scene right here as he tries to take them down. And it's really it's really interesting to see that after all those fights, Syndicate still remains with the last member. Despite its last member, it was able to take cover while they were just fighting, and all they have to do is just claim the winner when their chicken dinner, just so they can have more points. But being second, they also have more. They also gained a lot of points as well, so it really just puts them at a pedestal right here. But Rolex will find one. The shotguns connect. Now goes for another fight right here, just trying to isolate these, making this into 1v1. Rolex very low on health. He goes for the heals before he got spotted just behind the tree, but the grenades also being thrown beside of OPZ Esports.
Ooh.
Now he has the time to fight back. Rolex hunting the last member right here. That's gonna be Mash 17. Another grenade will try to connect them down just behind the supply crate, hoping it will just connect. And now Mash is just gonna be less than half remaining HP, and it's just gonna be a very thrilling game of dodgeball.
The games are just gonna flow right through 1v1 situation, pure intensity, pure a 1v1 situation with the skills on their hand. Nades have been shown out, maybe frags, maybe molotovs, and maybe some smokes. Marsh throwing the last nade available, but I don't see any connection up ahead from OPZ. Okay, but BotPro, I think BotPro can give some information to Rolex up there, and Marsh with the PP Bison itself is gonna hold it up first on the airdrop. But let's see, a shot has been given out, and Marsh given the nades also, but I think the nades are not gonna connect. But Marsh itself, he's gonna need to reload, but nope, he is not gonna need to reload because this is it, the chicken dinner, our chicken, the team that eats the chicken on our first match of the day, and that's team. What is it? I forgot.
OPZ.
And that's
OPZ.
Esports. Yeah.
Congratulations to OPZ Esports for bagging the first winner chicken dinner for tonight. And that was actually crazy. I mean, we did predict their numbers advantage would eventually give them first place, but still, Syndicate had a pretty good run. And I don't know, OPZ they strategized those last few minutes really well, so they quite deserve it. And of course, some of the teams, notably, they performed really well, especially Syndicate, VETM7. Pretty good amount of eliminations as well. But you know what? I'm really excited to see how this will play out in the next few maps.
Yeah, and of course that was just game one, and we're testing the waters right here. So of course we'll be tuning later on to Miramar. That would be happening later. Of course, again, these are just it's just the beginning. These teams will have their moments later on as well, and of course you would be seeing with you guys as well. But for now, we're gonna be saying bye, and now we're gonna be going onto a short break.
What's up, guys? We are back to PUBG Mobile's National Championships of Maldives 2025. Once again, we are your casters. I'm with Sam and Mikey tonight. So, Mikey, what's up?
Well, thank you so much for that, Annie. And of course, we are now back into it. We're gonna be heading on to game number two. That's gonna be for Miramar. Again, these teams they've pretty much done everything, especially testing the waters for game number one, and we have seen potential teams already giving their all, and one of them is Syndicate, starting off strong and ending with a second place, and of course, OPZ taking the winner chicken dinner away from them. And yeah, I mean these teams and more also have pretty much are gonna show their potentials later on.
Yeah, and guys, I think we're gonna start for our second match of the day, and it's in Miramar. So, guys, please prepare yourself, get yourself some snacks, some sandwich maybe, because we are going to our second match of the day in 3, 2, 1. And this is it, our
Oh,
second
yeah.
match of the day. It's Miramar from the flight path. We can see the flight path going to Fall Del Mar to Impala. I guess it's going to the lower side of the map, lower left side of the map. But I guess uh, it's a high volatility rate of a path that we can see here, Annie.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit difficult for the players, especially since they don't have a lot of room to move about. Because this flight path is very, very biased towards the southern part of Miramar. But it'll be fun for us because I'm sure there will be a lot of early game engagements because there's a limited amount of drop off points that these players can get to, especially since there's a lot of water towards the south. And then maybe the northern part, there's a chance, but still this flight path isn't really very favorable. So let's see which of these 16 teams will survive the first few minutes of this game. And then, you know what, if they do survive, all they really have to do is kind of secure those vehicles and then go up the map depending on where the circle's gonna come to, the first circle is gonna come to. And once again, this is Miramar. It's quite a big map, and these players they know what they're gonna do. But before that, they do have to worry about the drop off points that's gonna go on right about now.
So everything, since this is Miramar, then the island is just gonna be connected. There's gonna be no breathing room right here. You know, like there are no small islands, like compared to Erangel. So it's all gonna be connected right here. So they're pretty much gonna see each other. But yeah, I mean, speaking of Miramar as well, the terrain is quite um, sort of unpredictable. I think so. Yeah, and there's just a lot of the high grounds, the low grounds, so they can really just use the their advantage. But yeah, it does look like though that as early as 2 minutes, we have already seen some players recognize some enemies just near them.
Yeah, for the first few minutes in our second match, we can see many of the teams have been clashing out, but AKAZAYA Esports from at the hashtag 4 at the stats, they're not joining, I guess. But as you can right here, Mad Boy, I guess getting the first blood of the match on our second match of the day on PMNC Maldives Country Finals, getting one player from the team Cyanide or SDMZ Cyanide. But as you can see here, clashes are still happening in Impala. Clashes are in a really not good parts of Impala, I guess, because the split is not that good for Team NRS and also for Team La Familia. They have to counter a few teams or a few players from the downside, but as you can see, this PUBG Mobile is about being the one, and let's just see who can be the one in Impala, Annie.
Yeah, that's really the question right now because of three different teams in the same compound. That's not gonna end well, and there's gonna be a team that's gonna be saying goodbye before they take a bow. But right now we're looking at as a SDMZ Cyanide. It looks like they do have one player got disconnected, but I'm sure it'll be fine. So far, everyone's just kind of looting the place up. That goes the same with LHC Esports. It looks like they don't really have any competition around their drop off point, but we are seeing that the first circle, is gonna be closing in a few seconds, and everyone's kind of just settling in. It looks like LF spots NRS Toxic. That's a knockdown. Doesn't seem to be a complete confirmation just yet, but here we can see RIP versus LF. Aizen 99, however, is all alone, and we can see from a distance NRS Toxic still on the red, needs that revive. Looks like they're other players haven't gone to them just yet. So everyone's kind of biding this time out, trying to see, get some information before they really go in and go ahead and um commit to this engagement, Sam.
Yeah, but this is it. That's what I'm actually waiting for. Like from La Familia, like, La Familia Esports right here. Like Aizen just having that trigger discipline to wait upon Team NRS. It's really satisfying, or sorry, Aizen with Team RIP up there. Viper is also holding up the positions, and I guess this is the beauty of the fight we can see in Impala. Everybody's just holding their horses because if just one person can get the can get four of the players indeed, I think that will be a really nice clutch. Like Aizen, is he gonna do what I say just before? Because Aizen, if the snake connects and gets three of them, it will be a nice nade indeed. But nope, it's not gonna connect instantly. It gives a few damage like for Vecna Dugs. And yeah, right now I think La Familia Team RIP, they're gonna hold it up first. They're gonna hold their horses, and again they're gonna play with less greediness in this game, or maybe some upcoming games, because as you can see from the stats either for Team RIP, let's see, they're on the 11th position of the of the ranks. So I bet they're still gonna tweak some of their gameplays. And of course, this is still the second match. This is not even half of our first day. So I guess Team RIP has many homeworks to do, and yeah, let's see how do they develop at in the current in the concurrent games, Sunny. My bad.
It's all right, but yeah, there's not much happening anyway just yet. But it looks like TTS and Cyanide. TTS, they probably have information that Cyanide is inside of that building, because why else would they be playing it so safe? It's great,
Yeah,
guys.
definitely.
Yeah, this is definitely great, guys. I don't know whose
Yeah, but
side this is on.
good evening once again to the viewers out here, and while we're also chilling back here, that's
Mhm.
just gonna be it, and just
Yeah.
waiting for these teams to play it once again. And yeah, I mean, we do have some technical difficulties, but of course, to those commenters out there, go ahead, like, and of course, send us to your friends. Especially, this is quite heavy for a PUBG tournament, since these familiar teams are back at it again
Yeah.
to get those prize pools, and especially being the national championship Maldives. Of course, 16 out of these 16 teams, only four will remain, and will move to the South Asian Games.
Yes, I think that's
Wow.
a really good thing to have. And also, guys, make sure you maximize your potential on the PMNC Maldives Country Finals, because when you go to the South Asia playoffs, the country within South Asia like Bangladesh, also Maldives, and also maybe Sri Lanka, yeah, I guess that they will clash, and they'll just fight each other. But I guess Maldives has the most momentum on this event.
We can't do anything.
I'm not sure what's happening. We're hearing some voices from the back end, but for now, we're just gonna be looking at our wonderful faces. But yeah, I'm taking a look at the comments. Everyone is cheering for their team, but for now, of course, um, it looks like, yeah, yep, we'll be going on a break. That's what the back end is telling us. So, guys, we'll be seeing you in a few minutes then.
What is up, guys? We are now back into it. After a few technical difficulties, we are now back into the game. So yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be a quick introduction, and I mean, while waiting for the games to start, and be prepared to watch these games back again. I mean, nothing much is pretty happen. I mean, it's gonna be 16 teams, but the teams will be down to the last 10.
Yeah, but as you can see right here, we're again really sorry for the technical issues that have been prepared. But yeah, for now, let's go back to the game. Club Leons. Minso is holding himself in the room with the DBS. I think he's gonna make some happy birthday, is gonna give some heart attacks to the upcoming enemies that is gonna come to him. But yeah, for now, Lance Minto is not doing anything. But at the other side of the map, BETM7 Rifa got another team. We don't get the live stats, so we don't know who's coming back to the lobby. But yeah, we can confirm it. One of the team has been eliminated, and now they're on 9 teams left. And yep, Rifa right here. They're still rotating, and yeah, for now, maybe they're gonna reset it first. 6 eliminations on the second game. That that's quite a lot, Annie.
Yeah, and I really love VETM7. Their performance really got very, very consistent. Especially in the first map, they had a lot of kills, and they placed quite high in the final, placements. They kind of had a really good survivability, and right now they're already at 6 eliminations as well. So it's looking really good for them, especially since this is just the second map, and hopefully we can see something really good from them for the rest of the competition. But right now, we're looking at OPT, our previous OPZ rather, OPZ, and these are our no, 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 this is not OPZ. I'm so sorry, guys. This is
No,
RGCoptika.
RGCoptika.
I'm so sorry. But yes, over here it looks like they're down to 2 players. They only have a 1 elimination so far. For that, VETMZ doing quite well. 6 eliminations. It's still a lot of players on their side. They have their full roster actually. And Leon's Minto once again is just staring at the door, waiting for an unfortunate victim to open up. And they have the DBS in hand with quite a bit of ammo as well. So, it's just a waiting game. They're all alone and they have 0 eliminations to their team. So it's not looking good for Leons, but Minto is doing everything that they can to contribute for their team, Mike.
Yeah, and of course, this in the game cyanide, that will be eliminated, and the rest of the teams as well, and we kind of like interpret this as a new way. I mean, game number one, you have seen Cyanide stepped into it, but now in the Miramar for this game, they have been pretty much eliminated. Syndicate still pretty much alive, and alive and running. Especially they're currently taking the first place for now, to be followed, of course, by VE, which gets them that a lot of those places. But again, we are back into the game. Nash will find one, just waiting to claim those kills, and it does look like we're gonna be heading on to a fight that will happen in a few moments.
Yep, I guess a fight will happen in a few moments. But guys, as you can see, the zone is also gonna close in the upcoming 2 minutes of the game. Stage 5 has been there, but OPT veteran is now clearing up Club Leon's up front. Minso is gonna hold himself up, but as you can see, the DBS is not cutting it off, and I guess the DBS action is just not enough. Minso has no time to heal, but I think he's gonna do it. But second aid is coming through, but as you can see right here, Minso, I think he's gonna go out. He's gonna do something. He's gonna push, but oh my god, what a comeback by Minto. RGCoptika has been confirmed. They have been go to the lobby, and let's see right here, a really good performance from Minto from Team Lons, I guess. Leons.
Yeah, I mean, Minto was all alone over there and still managed to get away with their lives. That's pretty good on their side. But over here, we're looking at LHC Esports going against VETMZ. So far, doing quite well. They're only 1 point away from Syndicate, who has the top 1 position in the leaderboards right now. But let's see if that will change later on. I mean, Syndicate's still alive. BTM7 is still up and running as well. So they're going to be out on a fight for that number 1 spot. And we can see on the top number 3 is OPZ, our previous winner chicken dinner. They're still in third place. They're 4 points away from Syndicate, but still they're still in the running. If they bag those 4 points later on, those 4 eliminations, maybe they can overtake Syndicate and challenge the number one spot. But for now, we're just waiting. VETM7, they're waiting. Although they do have information that LHC is out there up in the elevations, they are just waiting for some more information before they really go and commit to anything.
And yeah, it seems like for now the circle is gonna be revealing these teams once again. They will be forced to fight this one out, but of course, again, just 8 teams remaining, and the circle will be closing in around 15 seconds, and that's just pretty much it. Though in Miramar, there's just gonna be a lot of those unpredictable terrain, so they can really just use that to their advantage. But of course, the circle will also be covering the houses from this part in the truck stop, so that would actually give them some advantage as well to go for cover. See, and it looks like only a small portion of those houses will be covered by the circle, and but still, it's just gonna be a new circle that they will still have time to reconnect and to reposition, but they could be spotted anytime soon. That's just gonna be it. But yeah, for the side of NRS, they're just looking for the right places to go to and just making sure there will be no fights that would happen if ever they're gonna be crossing to that circle.
Yeah, but as you can see right here, there will be some close quarter combat if one of the teams has decided to push, but Team NRS, they don't push, they pull themselves back. They don't want to play retreat, but now, hey, his M4 to one of the players of Team NRS that haven't given him any effects for now, but lose him at the other side of the game on the ridges of the mountain. Seeing Mad Boy, it's a free shot over there, but lose him has not shooting it, it's not taking it, but Omash or Mash on the other side of the game, they are going to rotate to find a new place, but the NRS itself, Colonel is gonna take a fight with Chipe right here. He's gonna do close combat with Toxic, and this is it. GFES or JAANUN FIDHAA is eliminated at our 8th place of the day, Annie.
And with that, we're down to 7 teams and 17 players left remaining. OPZ match just lost so much health just like that. And with that one last explosion from LHC, that's an elimination on their side. And LHC, they do bag their 3rd elimination from that. But of course, the game's not over just yet. We still have a lot of players on the ground trying to see if they can get that next winner chicken dinner lawns versus LHC. All the while, 49 looks like they will be getting confirmed as well. But Mad Boy 91, pretty good position right here, up on the hill. And that's a pretty good position by Botbro as well. Criminals just taking all those bullets into their bodies, and that's a confirmation as well. That's one more death, and Botbro has 3 eliminations to their side. But over here, VETM7 Rifa gets some long-range bullets in the bag, and with that, looks like it's not really much of a confirmation, not much of an elimination, but all the while, speaking of elimination, we see one more team go back to the lobby, and it looks like we're down to 6 teams now.
And since we are down to the last 6 teams, once again, they're just going to be getting some cover, especially that some of these teams will be trying their best to gain a lot of those points. That's just like Leons and NRS, so they really have to try to go for the chicken dinner while also getting those skills from time to time. And that's just going to be their goal. LHU, on the other hand, playing currently taking the 6th place, so they're just going to be trying their best to gain as much points as well and try to go for that chicken dinner. But for now, Syndicate, VE, and OPZ are looking good, so that's just gonna be they're gonna be chilling right here, and just buying their time, just using that to their advantage, while the others will try to be desperate later on when things are actually getting aggressive.
Yes, but as you can see, the zone is gonna close and it's gonna shift to the 7th zone of this match. Lucidity, and Mad Boy, 3 players from Team LHC and VE. There's Admiral, there's Rifa and Orpheus, and they are staring on each other. And yeah, for now, they're just waiting. They're still waiting. They're still seeing some momentums that they can take. And yeah, let's see. From Leon's, they're on the different side of the map. They're on the other side of the map. The last is getting shot on, but Lucy hasn't get an ammo to connect or to have a knockout from one of the players available. LHC's where Lucidity is still waiting also, but Syndicate, they have other teams, or they have VETM7 that's want to do an entry to their position, but I think Syndicate is gonna go. But as you can see from the drone view, they're still waiting up there. So many teams don't know what to do in this kind of zone, but the zone is closing in 1 minute, and I bet the zone is gonna be to the open field. And this is Miramar, guys. So if you don't have any cars, you don't have any utilities, it's gonna be a hard time for you. And yeah, right here for Syndicate, they may have a high ground on this position of the on this time of the zone, but as you can see 2-3 minutes later, I bet they're gonna go to the low ground and maybe to the ridges, Annie.
Yeah, and Bakibro over here, the last person standing on the side of OPZ Esports. Still alive, lots of health, but whether or not they'll be going in aggressively, I don't know if that's gonna be a good idea. But it looks like they've spotted LHC, probably gonna try to bag some kills, but I don't think that's much of a good idea. So Botbro, I guess he's gonna be playing it safe for now. That goes the same with Bad Boy 91. They're kind of just crawling to the ground. They spot Syndicate, but in the other hand, it's Bot Bro that will be taking him down, and that's actually the end for their. That's not the end for their team just yet, but that's just an unfortunate elimination, and it's good strategy from Bot Bro. Despite being all alone, they still managed to get another kill on their side, and that's one more point for their team, and they get away with their lives as well. Not much information given away to the opposing teams, but over here it looks like VETM7 finds one knockdown. Minto very low on health, and it's gonna be risky to go out of that building, but that circle's gonna force him out of there. And Botpro's not over just yet. Spots Nahi from Syndicate, gets some damage from long range, but it's not enough for a knock just yet.
And yeah, there we have it. The grenades coming in, the eliminations connecting as well. Now that they have no choice but to face each other, and that's just gonna be Team Syndicate eliminated down to the last 5 teams. The grenades throwables once again trying to get them down, but Rifa only one more hit before he goes down, before he gets the chance to heal himself up, and he'd be going at another chance of survival right here as he tries to fight them back once again. But again, this is a game of Miramar. A lot of terrain, a lot of places they can hide. They can use their advantage in just a small circle. But OPZ Esports will be going down for this second game, and that's just gonna be it. The bullets following in as well, just trying to get them down. The bullets connecting, waiting for that elimination. But that's just gonna be it, and they will be playing this one patiently for this Team V, Team 7.
Everybody's gaining their momentum right now, and Minto from Club Leon strokes a nade and it won't connect, but Lucy with his low HP, I think Minto is gonna push, but he has healed, and Minto is gonna do 1v1 and he lost. LHC is coming to the top 3, coming up strong, but TM7 up on the hills. I think Lucy have vision, but no Orpheus got Lucy there, and I think Lucy will be eliminated. And LHC, let's see, can they have the chicken dinner? But oh, I think there's some explanation, but nope. Orpheus right there. They're still giving some shots to Lucidity. LHC is really being locked. I think 2 teams is left. This zone, and NRS is also still there, but NRS are also taken off by Orpheus. One by one, players of NRS are gonna go to the lobby, and Lucidity Eater from Team LHC, they are slowly but surely conquering the zone.
Eyes on Orpheus from VETM7 as well as Lucidity from LHC Esports. Lucidity spots one from NRS, but he's getting shot at by VETM7 from a distance as well. It looks like Orpheus has his crosshairs out, trying to see if they can get some shots against Lucidity, but Lucidity's in quite a good position. Orpheus instead will be losing their health. Lucidity also gunning them down. 2 versus 1 became a 1 versus 1 in this crate, but it looks like from a distance they get shot at. VETM7 executes that last few seconds so well that they get the winner chicken dinner for the second map.
What an amazing winner chicken dinner got by them. It's impressive, but they know, guys, they have the conviction since the day they start, since the match started. I guess, yeah, they deserve VE, E2S, TM7 deserve a winner chicken dinner, right, Mike?
Yes, definitely. And I was so sorry, guys. I was fixing some stuff with my mic as well. But of course, We have seen the actions, and now that these teams that have played to the past games, game one and game two, we have finally seen them shine, especially with the rest of these teams, and we would be seeing more of them later on. But for now, we will be having a short break.
Yo, 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 guys, welcome back to PMNC 2025 Maldives. I'm here with Moik and Nanny. Coming up in your, coming up ahead, we have our third match in Sanhok, and let's see who will get the chicken dinner. From the past two matches, we can see some teams dominating the battlegrounds, but yeah, let's see. Teams will fluctuate because this is Sanhok, the life-changing map, right, Annie?
Yeah, definitely life changing. But yeah, that's a bit for dramatic. But Sanhok, this is gonna be the only Sanhok map for tonight. It's quite a small map, and you know, it's probably gonna be like one of the fastest maps we're gonna be seeing later on. But once again, a map is a map. Elimination starts still eliminations, and that flight path is very biased towards the western side. But once again, Sanhok, everyone can just walk around. They don't need any vehicles. They can just walk everywhere with their feet, and then they'd still be fine. So let's just see. May the best team win, basically.
And with the Sanhok, I do agree with the life-changing map for the for Sanhok. Life-changing in a way that this is just gonna be able to push a few teams up in the scoreboard, especially as Sanhok is just it. For I mean, personally, Sanhok is a game where you just try to warm up for the next games. But now that Sanhok being the third game right here, it just uh, make sure that these players can really live up to their teams and live up to their hype. Especially that Sanhok is usually a game where you have to just aim and throw some grenades. It's just gonna be that the terrain is quite flat, and there are a little bit of hills, but it's not really common. So it's just a game really of battle right here, and maybe if you do land in some houses, then you can just use it to your cover. But yeah, right now we have seen a lot of these skills starting already, with Syndicate also taking one for the team. That's gonna be Coptica as well would be taking one down, but OPZ, sorry, that was OPZ bot bro getting those skills. But back into here, veteran being spotted. The hunter becomes the hunted, and now he gets eliminated. Now Minto from the Club Leons will be taking their time gearing up before they can fight Coptica once again.
DPS is a meta in Sanhok, and as you can see, Minto right here, he's proving to me that he masters the DPS himself with the M16, but Minto! Oh, he's doing over peak at that broken wall, and yeah, I guess
Too
too bad
aggressive.
for Minto. Yeah, too aggressive instead. He must have more trigger discipline later, but Club Leons, yeah, I guess they can do better, but Shanu, what is he doing up there? Cause yeah, let's see, Shanu. Maybe they're fighting with Team OPZ or Team OPZ. There's Shahube, there's Marsh, there's Bot Bro too, and then yeah, for now they're maybe just waiting for some initiations to happen. Winter, the pack still holding, but I guess this will be an interesting fight, and because Shanu is up there.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I love how Shadow's just kind of just standing there with that really dominating pose. But yeah, keep crouched down. We're seeing Winter. They're behind this wall, and of course OPZ Bot Bro is right there. And wow, Winter just lost all their health from that one grenade. That's absolutely crazy. And of course, OPZ will be getting the spoils of that victory, and with that, RGCoptika does get sent back to the lobby. We're down to 14 teams. Lots of things happening. Once again, as expected of Sanhok's quite a small map, and we have 16 teams on the running, so that's to be expected. But still, that's quite exciting, especially OPZ over here already bagging 3 kills.
And with 16 teams still in the early as 3 minutes, we have already seen two teams being eliminated. Cyanide, on the other hand, I think they have spotted some enemies and would be seeking cover right here on the roofs, and would try to spot OPC later on. And especially with Cyanide, the last member, he has no choice but to just really try his best not to fight them. You know, 1v4, it's just gonna be impossible because they are really just quite good. And aside from that, it's 1v4. You can't really do much, especially when these teams are really in your level as well. But yeah, for the rest of the teams, they're still going in for the loots. As you know, they haven't seen a lot of enemies just roaming around. They have no choice but to just really gear up and hope for the best later on when they reposition. Maybe they can get some few kills.
Yeah, but yeah, that is a nice one. But yeah, as you can see right here, Lance Sport, Lance Vital AE, he's still going up on some rotations on a part of Sanhok. But yeah, I guess nothing much is happening right now. So guys, you may not expect this, Annie. You might not expect this, Mike. But I'm gonna give you some fun facts about Maldives.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that?
What's
You
that?
know, what's impressive about Maldives is they have over 1,000 islands. So I bet all of the players playing in PMNC Maldives are playing from different islands on their country. And you know, they have the bioluminescent beaches. So the beach, they can, no, I mean, like the beach, the sand, they can glow, you know?
Oh,
There should
yeah,
be,
bioluminescence.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think there should be a tournament with 1,000 teams for the Maldives, right?
So
What do you
one
think?
island, one team, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I
That's
see.
crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, like, that's impressive. They have like 1,000 islands, and the Philippines has 7,000 more than that. Just saying, you know, we got more islands than you guys. But still, that's kind of impressive, you know. I love the bioluminescent sand that they have. That's really interesting. I've never seen one before, but maybe one day I'll book a ticket to the Maldives, and then I'll see these wonderful players, these PUBG players, and I'll also go take a look at that bioluminescent beaches.
Ooh, one goes down. Sahube will claim that kill from side of Syndicate. Bogobe will go down, waiting for rescue as well. But now OPZ Esports are being hunted as they have been spotted already. The shots trying to connect, but Cyan behind the tree. The shots connecting, and Sahube will take another one down. It's just gonna be a a disaster right here for the side of Syndicate. They're pretty much being hunted by Hitman right here. And Zahube finding one again.
Oh, Saudi.
And it could be a 1v4 elimination right here. The last hope for Syndicate, that's gonna be Takuru. 7 with a grenade from the side of our Hitman right here. Being thrown out, hoping to get him
Oh.
down.
Ooh.
Oh! Almost a clean wipeout. Rolex with the last number. I'm sorry, everyone, but Rolex is just gonna be their last hope from here on out. Maybe a Syndicate will not be will play this one carefully, but yeah, looking at other teams as well, La Familia. I think they're gonna be playing this one carefully.
Yeah, I actually agree with you because OPZ, you see Sahube previously, he's really making the game. I bet he's gonna be one of the MVPs because you know he used the utilities well. He can use his aim. Yeah, his aim is really tough, and yeah, I think Sahube is one of the MVPs on the upcoming times. But as you can see, the zone right here, the zone is going slightly to the upper right part of the of Sanhok, and yeah, many of the teams are still outside the zone, but right now we're seeing Rock. Okay, now we're seeing the map again, and yeah, we're actually seeing a few teams on the other side of the map. You can see Team Lons, also Leon's, Team RIP, LF. Many of the teams are not rotating fastly today. They're rotating, maybe taking a slower tempo of the game. They're taking it chill, really calm. But yeah, I guess for Sanhok, I don't think they should hold it on the edge of the zone. Because you know what? Because the Sanhok zone is particularly, it's it's harder. The damage is higher, I guess. The DPS is slightly higher than the other maps on PUBG Mobile, including Rondo.
Oh god, that's crazy. And of course, these teams, there's actually several teams outside of the circle, so they'll have to get their rotations really soon. But then again, this is stage 2. Maybe they're getting, they're still being a little bit complacent, but that's their choice, and they're still alive, so that's what matters. For now, we're looking at La Familia Esports. It looks like we still have 0 kills, but speaking of kills, NRS just lost a player. For some reason, I'm not sure what that reason was, but the kill feed doesn't lie. LHC Esports on our screen right now. It looks like they're doing quite well. They still have all 4 players on their side. They have a lot of loot. They have their vehicles as well, and looks like they'll be making their rotations. And that goes the same with other teams. Syndicate, looking at the leaderboards, it looks like they're not doing quite well. There's just one player with very low on health, probably gonna lose their lives once they trip on a rock or something. But Yeah, for everyone else, I guess VETM7 so far is doing quite well. They still have three players standing, and they're already 38 points on the leaderboards.
And for LHC, I mean they're currently in the fourth place, and it isn't really much. But if you do look at the points, 17 to 33 from VE Team 7, it's already the gap is already starting to show. So they have to step it up right here for LHC to have the chance to fight back. But of course, back into the game, Leon's Minto will find one, just waiting to confirm that kill. And right here for VE E2S, they're also just securing a lot of these houses just to make sure that everything is pretty much in place before they would go for fights. But Club Leons, on the other hand, would be inside the danger zone. It doesn't really hurt that much, but it could be a disadvantage later on if they do cross and maybe they get spotted.
Yep, I do agree. But yeah, as you can see here, maybe fights are coming up through Rip meets Leon's at the other side of the map. But yeah, right now, teams are just playing really slow. The tempo is kind of chill by itself. But yeah, for now, Teletubbies Esport, Team TTS, they're still holding. But yo, this is it. The fight that I want to see from the many previous moments before. Club Leon's one of the teams that likes to grind also in many Sri Lankan or even South Asia lobbies. We can see them perform, but I bet Mike and Annie see them too. But yeah, we can see also Team La Familia RIP or Team La Familia in general. They're also a big team with they pack a punch in their performance instead. But as you can see, the circle is closing in 15 seconds ahead. We can see many teams outside the zone slightly, but yeah, for now we're gonna focus on the safe zone that's gonna shift. My prediction, it's gonna shift to Mong but I guess let's see because the zone is gonna close now, and yep. Nope, it's not going to Mong it's going to
Nope.
Paradise Resort, making this a zone that's particularly tricky for many of the teams because they need to fight with special trains. And ooh, Tugs, what a shot! Comes from Team Leons is taken down with his M4 with his X4.
Yeah, and La Familia RIP is still out in the circle. That goes the same with Leon's as well. But then again, these two teams, they can't really safely rotate out of this situation since they haven't for someone's there and thugs lost their lives. They were trying to heal, but unfortunately get spotted and gets some bullets connected to them. But over here, SM2 spots Leon's as well. But in general, La Familia, RIP, they're not doing quite well. Looks like Club Leons, they get the idea that, this is a good time to go and push. Minto is losing a lot of health, but still the important thing is he's getting closer and closer to La Familia. This is potentially several kills on their side, but let's see if they can pull
Yep,
it
they
off.
did.
That's, yep, Minto does get one, and La Familia, RIP goes RIP for now.
And yeah, back into the game. TTS Esports, on the other hand, also would be looking for a possible kill right here, but Cloud and the rest of his teammates would be pretty much just waiting for probably a few of those kills. I mean, we're kind of looking at other team status right now, but it's just gonna be recognizing each teams that are present. They're not just gonna be going aggressively for this one, and yeah, that's just pretty much it for now.
Yeah.
La Familia Esports trying their best to just get into the circle and play this one safely, but they do have to get a lot of these points from here on out because it would be harder to do that later on.
Ooh. A surprise attack coming from Team Lons Esport, meeting up with La Familia Esports up ahead. Let's see Viper from the back using his Groza. But as you can see, Aizen got some damage from the nade from Team Lons. I think Lons, they have a better position indeed. But Luzums, he is not in a better position. But even Vital right now is doing some flanking from the back. Vital is gonna push. The players of Team LF. Senzo has been picked up, and Viper is currently the last man standing. Vital hasn't get a good angle upon him, but I guess right now Vital is gonna flank a bit. But I guess from Team Lons itself, they have the information. But no, Vital is coming out from the left side of the map, and I see Vital is gonna get knocked down because ooh, what kind of movement is that? That's maybe he's kind of in a panic because right now we can see VETM7 is also at the back, joining them as a third party, and maybe this is the end for Team Lons.
Yeah, and Matu is the last person standing, but let's see if he can pull this off because I mean, for sure, their teammates are doing quite well, but maybe you can get an elimination on Viper. On the other hand, Viper, I believe they're all alone on their side in La
Ooh,
Familia Esports,
that
and they're getting surrounded up. Matu did not make it, and that kill goes on to the side of LF Viper. One kill before. I'm not sure if they'll survive this Molotov, but yeah, they got the chance to heal, but VETM7 is surrounding the area. They know Vipers around here, so they're gonna hunt him down. They're gonna get and try to get that kill on their side. But all the while, Syndicate just lost their place in on the map. A while ago, they were outside of the circle. I'm not sure how that happened, but anyways, we're looking at VETM7 going against JF. Rifa going in. I think they're going for that push. Very good. It's quite like nearby, but whether or not Rifa will be committing to this engagement, we'll be finding out pretty soon.
ooh.
Leon's falling to his demise, but now back into the game. Frifa trying to fight, taking one down, but also trading for his life. This is just not gonna look good for the side of Rifa's team. But now it does look like a very good would be looking for a kill, but to just try to just seek cover and seek protection. But also in the kill feed, ETS Cloud will get a grenade elimination just waiting to confirm that one. Toxic on the other hand connects his shots and would get that kill. Still waiting for the confirmation, and it really surprises me that in 15 minutes, these teams are pretty much just holding. Like in a map like Sanhok, 15 minutes is already a lot, and that would probably lead to maybe the last five teams. But here we are still with the last 10 teams currently alive. But yeah, Cloud will take one. INC will also take one down. LHC taking another, and it's just gonna be a lot of these skirmishes waiting to confirm these kills as well. And yeah, it does look like LHC will confirm one.
Yeah, a massive decrease, like Moik say, we can see here at Sanhok, our truth match of the day, proving that all the teams are really playing aggressive this time. And LHC, Lucidity, Mad Boy, and their colleagues instead, and Lucidity getting knocked down. It actually, I was actually quite distracted when Lucidity is knocked down because, as you see right there, Lucidity is really in the open field, and .inc, one of the teams I'm not expecting to see right now, is gonna do some third party either for Team LHC is shooting through the tree right now, but I guess Jinu from Team INC cannot get any connection. OPZ is one of the pressuring teams either gonna pressure Team LHC. I think this will be a bad thing for them, but I think from Team.inc instead, I think this will be a good thing because as you can see for now, .inc, they have the position in the circle. They can do gatekeeps, they can wait for entries, but LF Viper on the other side, we can slightly see they're fighting with one of the teams that's VETM7. It would be fun if we could go there, but yeah, back again to LHC. Matt Boy is still holding down there, and yeah, I think they're are gonna hold their horses a bit for this time. 17 minutes, 9 teams left. It's it's really degrading right now, Annie.
Degrading, definitely. But we're down to 9 teams. Once again, 19 players on the field. But we're 17 minutes into the Sanhok game. It's quite long, I think. But these teams, especially these 9 teams, are playing it quite safe. You can see from the map, it looks like NRS Criminal is gonna be seeing their demise, but everyone else will be trying to rotate in, especially TDS from the northeastern side of the circle. They're gonna have to keep moving, but eventually they'll be gate capped by some players occupying the inner part of the circle. But over here, we're looking at LHC Esports, trying to see if they can get an entrance. And Lucifer is not looking
Ooh.
good. They're losing a lot of health to the circle. Now it's up to Bullet to make a decision whether or not to revive these
Ooh.
players. Their players. I don't know if Bullet can make this, but let's just
Going
see
for
if
it.
that's a clutch. Yep, that's definitely a clutch. I
One
don't know
one.
what their decision will be. Will they go into the circle? Will they try to revive the other players? I don't know. It seems risky as well, especially if they don't have information. And there's definitely someone there trying to gatekeep. That will be TTS Esports. That's a Shafu running into the compound. There is LHC and OPZ by the distance as well. And so it looks like no one is gonna go in for the engagement just yet. So we're gonna be waiting a little bit more for that circle to close in.
And yeah, I mean, the circle would be showing once again right here. It does look like OPZ and This team right here already inside the circle. On the other hand, TTS would be trying to get inside as well, but they could be greeted with bullets later on. So yeah, I mean that's just about it. 7 teams remaining, 19 minutes into the game. Cloud will take one down. Teletubbies, special ESP would be going down. Uh, that would just be it. And right here, still 19 minutes into the game, pretty much far already. And yeah, the grenades already going and connecting, just waiting to find these eliminations as well.
Grenades are flying from Team TDS to Team LHC, and now they're playing left and right either. They are trading their nades, but oh, as we can see, none of them has been connected, or even even one hasn't been connected yet. From TDS, they are gonna go back a bit, and from Team LHC, they're still gonna give them pressure. But Viper from Team LF, he gets
Oh,
shoved, and oh my
Ooh.
god, that's not a good move. TTS is just being YOLO for now, I guess, taking that compound with some natural obstacles indeed with their car as their fourth thing. And yeah, I guess TTS, I think they could play really sneaky at this moment, so they can just pick one off, pick two up, and then get a squad wipe instead. But not for Team LHC, because they're gonna push to Team OPZ up ahead. As you can see, Mush doing a defense. Lucy getting picked off right there, and oh my god, he's reloading his UMP Paradox at the other side of the compound using his mighty DBS, and that's it. LHC Sports is gonna go to lobby. OPZ Paradox got one elimination and confirming 8 total eliminations for Team OPZ in our third match of the day.
That was not a good push from the side of LHC, and OPZ managed to execute their defense really well. But right now, the circle is not going to be favoring them. In fact, it's not going to be favoring any one team in particular. And there's a lot of open field, so it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of grenades later on, but just taking a look at VETM7, they're still in the running, and they're still clinching up to that top one spot in the leaderboard. So far they're doing quite well, and they've been really consistent. So I'm really excited to see how that happens. Viper finally kicks the bucket. That's La Familia Esports to the end. But I gotta commend him. He's been solo for so long, and his survivability is surprisingly really good. Even managing to get 4 kills for their team before dying. And of course, Cyanide, that's one more team down. We're down to 4 teams. Grenades, VETM7 going on the aggressive. They're only 2, but that's not gonna stop them from trying to get some eliminations.
yeah, there we have it. The last 4 teams: VE, TTS, OPZ, and the DOT in INC that would be trying to get the third chicken dinner. INC would take one down. That's just gonna be from the side of VETM7, and yeah, it is really looking good. On the other hand, VETM7 has this is already one member is already being eliminated. That's Admiral as he tries to get inside the house. Jinwoo and Enzo duo would be getting those kills. Paradox on the other hand will find one down and just gonna mark the end for VE's team. And for now, INC would find another one. Paradox on the other hand getting those shots in and just trying to connect that one. And yeah, currently it's just gonna be the last 2 teams right here as he tries to fight back with a very low health remaining. Still a couple of sprays trying to get them down, but Enzo, heal up. You need to heal up. The grenade will be connecting. If you get eliminated, that would just be the end of it.
Ooh.
And there we have it. Oh my god. There's still
Oh.
gonna be the last member 1v1. I wonder how this will work out.
Yeah, 1v1 situation is currently happening here. TTS versus OPZ. Let's see of who's worthy getting that winner chicken dinner. And guys, before that, I'm gonna remind you guys to like, comment, and subscribe before we finish this match. And yeah, let's see. Spam your comments for OPZ Sports. Spam your comments for Team TTS Esports, because this is a 1v1. They're gonna battle it out until it's finished. And yeah, right now they're still holding. They're still gonna do TPP. But guys, upon a few more seconds, the zone will shift, and after the zone, I think there will be no place for them to hide. But let's see, TTS Cloud giving some shots. That's a really good shot right there with the DBS itself, and this is a confirm. So winner chicken dinner for Team TTS Esports. Congrats TTS Esports for the winner chicken dinner in our third match of the day.
No, not gonna lie, I thought OPZ would get their second winner winner chicken dinner, but it was kind of like a 50-50 for the two teams. This was just a one versus one, and right now it's TTS that will be bagging that winner winner chicken dinner. Once again, congratulations. And guys, that was our third map. That was Sanhok. We're gonna be moving on to our fourth map later on, but before that, we will be going on to a break. So for you guys tuning into the stream, thank you so much, but we'll be seeing you in a few minutes. What's up, guys? We are back to PUBG Mobile's National Championship Maldives 2025. We just witnessed map number 3 with Sanhok. That was a crazy one versus one towards the end. And, we're all for it. We're all for the exciting parts of this game. And once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Sam and Mike are with me. Mike, what's up?
Well, thank you so much for that, Annie. And yes, we are heading on to the games right here. And of course, we are back into the traditional Erangel games. And I'm just really as excited as you are, guys. So, everyone just get some snacks, watch the stream, go like and share. It's really just that. And with that in mind, I mean, definitely show your love and support for these teams. Day one, it's still testing the waters day, but we do see some teams already with their potentials already being shown up. So the rest of these teams will have to be popping off as well.
Yes, I do really agree with what you're saying, Mike. Teams must gain their momentum and teams must max it out, noticing that they only have 10 matches for this stage. I think that's really challenging because quite sometimes or most of the times actually PUBG Mobile events are held in league stages, so they have 1 or 2 even 3 weeks to adapt. But this, they must micro adapt. They must know every single thing that they're gonna do, and they must also know what their enemy is gonna do. Because only 10 matches, maybe day one is for adapting, day two is for picking a punch. But yeah, let's see. Everybody has their own playing styles, and yeah, let's see how are they gonna do on today and tomorrow. But yeah, for now, let's see here. Leon's has been dropping off at Pochinki, and for now, we aren't seeing any clash at the first. No, I mean at our Erangel today. But yeah, I think the zone is gonna go to the upper left of the map.
Yeah, definitely. And that's where the hospital is, and there's several other pretty hot spots for drops. Speaking of hot spots, we're looking at TTS Esports Aku going in into this compound right here, and it looks like they're all alone. And that flight path is kind of like favoring, pretty much a equal amount of space for everyone. So let's see what happens. I don't think there will be much early game engagements, but we're gonna be finding that out really soon.
And for now, 15 teams still up and running. Nothing's just gonna happen just yet. Although one team has already been eliminated, but again, they still have few chances. I mean, they're gonna have one more chance for tonight after this. But the rest of the teams, they still pretty much have the opportunities to pop off and really show what they're made of, especially for today's games. I mean, we've already seen a lot of potential from different teams, like from VE Team 7, from OPC, from Syndicate. They have shown their strengths, some weaknesses. They were able to capitalize on each other's weaknesses. But on the end, I mean, VE Team 7 is looking pretty good today.
Yeah, but yeah, for now, let's see Team JAANUN FIDHAA focusing on the game a little. Let's see, they are only playing with 2 players available, but yeah, that might be interesting. Where are the others going at? But yeah, for now, JAANUN FIDHAA, they're at the 13th spot on our overall ranking list on our left side. But yeah, seeing TTS Esports, one of the teams that currently also dominate the game. But moving on to .inc, for now, .inc, I guess we are still hoping that they could do better because they're on the fourth match, I guess, and they only have 11 points, and for Team Cyanide Indate is the same because we know, or Annie and Mike probably know, that in the scrim, Cyanide uh, is one of the most aggressive teams available. What I don't know what happened in this PMNC Country Finals, or sorry, yeah, for this PMNC Country Finals, because I've seen better performance from Team Cyanide and many other teams previously.
Yeah, I mean they're not popping off that much in this particular competition, but maybe that'll change tomorrow, maybe that'll change in the next maps. But for now, the reality is they're kind of just They're sitting at number 12, and of course, hoping and crossing fingers that they'll eventually improve on their performance. But once again, this is the fourth map out of 10, so not very good look for them. But right now, we're looking at NRS. Lots of these teams, they're not really engaging just yet. I guess they're just looting the buildings around, maybe getting those vehicles as well. Choosing some places to kind of take over, but not much, nothing actually happening in the kill feed right now. So all we can really do is wait for that circle to close in and force some of these teams to rotate eventually.
And for now, I mean, you said it yourself already that still nothing is happening in a map like Erangel. I mean, you kind of compare that with your previous game is Sanhok. Definitely you wouldn't be able to just transition smoothly into a wider map. So I guess that's also one of the factors. But yeah, I mean, going back into the game so far, all of the teams right here just going into loot some stuff, free position. But you know, there are just moments that when they do go to places, they can't really see a different team that's also staying in there. So they can't really go for engagements, which is also why that we can't see any fights for now.
Yep, that's why I also agree. Many teams are playing really defensive, so we couldn't see any fights now. But yeah, as we analyze the top three rankings from Team VETM7 with 46 points, OPC with 44, and Sin with 25, we can see a huge gap in the points lately. And remembering this is still our fourth map or of the day, I think there's many improvements. There's still a lot of room for improvements for the teams, like for Team TDS, LAC, Lons, even for the top six or maybe even top eight. Because for Leons, the gap points is only 10 at our fourth match to top three. But I think this will be a bad news also for Team Syndicate, noticing them. They need to level up and of course improve as the game goes, Annie.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at VETM7 with 46 points and an OPC lagging behind by only 2 points. That is a 44 in second place. And when we go to the third place, that's a huge drop. Almost 20 points. It's actually about 19 points, I
19.
believe, for Syndicate. And that's absolutely crazy gap between number 2 and number 3. And I mean, if Syndicate wants to catch up, they'll have to catch up within like maybe 1 or 2 games, because that's a really big drop in terms of points. And we can see VTM7 OPZ, they're doing so well in this competition. I think those two are gonna fight for the first place and second place, but they pretty much secured their spot at least at number 2. So that's going good for them. On the other hand, Syndicate and TTS, there's a chance that they'll probably fight for the spot of number 3 and number 4. That goes the same with LHC, who's only 3 points away from overtaking TTS. But yeah, I mean, we still have 6 maps later on. That's 1 map later and 5 tomorrow. So lots of things could change, especially maybe some of these teams, they're gonna be reviewing the stream later on and seeing how their opponents strategize in the previous games. But well, that depends on how the team is gonna execute their strategy. And I'm all for it. I'm just waiting for them to kind of show us what they're made of.
And yeah, for now, still, Circle would be going into stage number 2, and still nothing is happening. We're still down to the 15 teams that are currently up and running. So it really gives the chance for these teams to fight and try to get as many points as they can, especially to those teams that failed during the Sanhok game. So I mean that is just really game changing if they're able to get these chicken dinners. I mean personally, I'm kind of a fan of underdog stories. So I'm really rooting for teams right here that haven't really got a lot of points to just stand up and just really surpass these teams with a surprising chicken dinner and those elimination points as well.
Yep, but yeah, for now, let's see. The zone is still closing, like what you said earlier, and right
What?
now, Team Syndicate is gonna rotate up front. But yeah, as you can see, Team Rip
What
up front
the?
is meeting Team Syndicate, but they aren't shooting one of another that seriously. But Cyan getting one eliminations for Team Syndicate, getting that first blood to Nahe. Actually getting the first blood himself. And yeah, from Team Syndicate, they are trying to hold their horses, but they are kind of in an open field because other teams are there. There's a yellow team on the compound, but Team LF is there, but I don't know why Team LF is not giving a kind of ridiculous amount of pressure or even shots to them. And Team Rip is meeting with Team LF Feeder, a long range fight maybe, but oh my god, Pogube is chasing for Tugs, and I guess Tugs can just go out of the bridge, and I think Tugs just can let himself go, but I don't think Bogube is gonna take it for this match.
Actually, a lot of teams on kind of having some tough times with the circle, and they have to worry about the other teams trying to hunt them down as they rotate. But over here, VETM7, speaking of hunters, they do spot TTS at a distance. Orpheus trying to line up those shots. I don't think they're doing
Ooh,
much damage just yet. He's giving away information that he's right there, and Teletubbies. Oh, that's not TTS. That's Teletubbies. They're
Teletubbies.
holding out. They're holding out in this house, and so far they're not taking a lot of damage, but depending on what VETM7 will be doing on for their next move, I mean, they can go in and push and try to be
Oh,
aggressive,
Oh,
but we're
oh,
looking
our
at
barbecue
someone
is running
burning.
away.
oh,
Our
Yeah,
barbecue is
definitely.
running away. No, Eddie
That's
will
crazy.
claim that one and will grill him right there. Finds one, just waiting for the grenade to pop. But no! What was that? The grenade just ends him with a shot to claim that final blow as well. But Eddie will be taking one down, and no choice but for Teletubbies Esports to go away. Bullet on the other hand, trying to
oh
go
my
away like
god.
a bullet as well. Makes it out alive very, very fast. Right there, but the circle would be showing once again in a very smaller area.
I'm actually hoping this kind of game is happening in the first match or so, because when teams are playing really defensive, it's not as aggressive as before. When they just rotate and just maybe clash each other in the fourth or third zone, this might be an intense fight indeed. And yeah, let's see. Before, when we opened the map, we saw a little overview of what's going on. We see many clashes and many teams are doing some entries at some crucial entry points at the zone. But yeah, for now, Teletubbies Esports are with one man standing, or the last man standing. In front of them they have LF, but I'm actually intrigued to see what's up on George Pool, because George Pool, they have something, they have two or three teams clashing previously, but we aren't gonna go there. But yeah, staying with Teletubbies Esports, it might be a cute name, but I guess their performance is not cute at all. But yeah, other side, Toxic, OPT, they're gonna clash, but now TTS, they're just gonna wait for themselves and on RS. At the other side, Annie, they're still fighting with another team.
Yes, they're definitely still fighting. Speaking of fighting, NRS criminal trying to make
Criminal.
a very criminal shot with that grenade, did not hit anyone, but still, all that matters is that he's still alive. And there's a chance that he can pretty much revive two other players, but I don't think they'll have a really good opportunity to do just that. But RGCoptika is not doing as well either. Mipu and Koki, they need that revive. Veterans outside, not in a very good position. They haven't secured a spot inside the building, but this is gonna be between Criminal and I believe that was Veteran. But with that, we're gonna be turning our attention to VTM7 once again with the GTA kind of play right here. Admiral with a car trying to chase another team, but so far not much
God.
happening just yet. But LF, I don't know what their problem is right now. I think they're going against Leons. Yes, there are two different teams.
Oh,
They're both yellow, so I didn't see that first. But Aizen 99 within
what
these
a
cars, one
clutch.
versus one. Aizen clutches that definitely, and Club Leon says goodbye.
That's gonna be a Fast and Furious reference in during that fight. But with back into the game, it does look like for the side of Leons want to
Ooh.
find a kill. La Familia Esports will be saying goodbye as well. JAANUN FIDHAA also saying goodbye, and it does look like Syndicate will be getting those kills. getting those confirmation points as well before the circle will pop out in a few seconds.
Ooh.
And I think this is just gonna be the climax from here on out, especially that they're gonna be meeting each other later on, and the circle would be shrinking to an even smaller size. And we could witness that later on. But for now, we're still gonna be heading on to a little bit of a slow-paced game for now, especially that they're gonna be going for heals. Maybe a couple of those kills, but some of them will have to revive as well.
Of course, slow paced game is slowly emerging again. But for now, LHC Esports, you can see 49 there. They're still waiting up ahead. And also, there's only 11 teams with 15 minutes on the game. I think that's a quick phase. Not so quick, but it's a so-so phase at the first. Maybe team clashes, but yeah, maybe team fights. But 11 teams on the stage, it's probably gonna be a slow game emerging again, like what I say before. But Gatka is on the zone. We are not seeing any previews of the zone. Yeah, just for now, maybe teams are gonna hold it up first. They don't want to do something really crazy. But Alan and Nares got eliminated at the 11th place on today's game. And Syndicate, they only have 4 eliminations from night itself. And I guess, guys, many teams or many players need to gain more elimination points because they need to compound all of their points to go to the top 4 and at least go on the country playoffs, I guess. But yeah, well, no, I mean Salvation playoffs. But yeah, for now, the esports is just defending the compound, but not esports either. They are both the same, and for now, any I guess, many of the teams are just sightseeing one another.
Yeah, right now, especially Lance Esports. A while ago, Vital actually took some damage from long distance, but it didn't. He still got away with their life, so that's cool. That's cool. But right now, we're looking at the kill feed. OPT. Looks like they're going against Lance. Vital E is still alive. Lots of throwables coming in. Yish needs that revive. That's how what Lance is doing, but unfortunately, not one elimination just yet. And so
Ooh.
we're looking at INC and OPZ as well. OPZ, they have a really good run right now, 44 points on the leaderboards. Lots of damage being taken on the side of INC, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be a complete elimination just yet. That grenade did not hit anyone. So far, INC, they're doing their defense as well, but let's just see what OPZ will plan to do later on.
And yeah, back into the game once again. I think we will have to leave them be. Let them marinate for a second. What's gonna happen later on. But yeah, we would be checking off all the different states of the map. It does look like other teams are already looking for some praise and could be getting those skills. But for now, they will not be. They will just be taking the time once again. 10 teams still up and running for 17 minutes. That's just gonna be it. I mean, they have no plans into going for some early engagements. They don't want to be the first teams. They don't want to be going down at at ranks 9, 8. They have no plans and they want to go for chicken dinner. But I think something's happening right here. Jinu, on the other hand, just near this building could be slowly getting inside and flanking them from behind. So this could lead to an elimination of a team right here, and we do see some confirmation kills. I mean, we do see some knockdowns from the kill feed, but that's
Ooh.
just gonna be it. Nothing will be happening from now on.
Yeah, the zone is coming right now, and also a fight is coming from Team .N1C and Team, I guess what is that? Team, yeah, they're fighting Team OBZ, but yeah, for now, Team .inc is on his last man standing with Nice as his last man standing on this game, holding in the next of the floors. But yeah, for now, Nai, maybe he's gonna reset. Maybe he's gonna just do something. He can regain his healing, regain his movement, and finish off one more teams left from Team OPZ Mosh. But they're still holding. Both of them are still resetting. But for now, I think .inc is really taking his time to gain his maximum performance back. Cause Mosh is one of a kind of players from Team OPZ. But you can see Mosh and Nash well, Mars and Nice actually, they're still really waiting for one another. But OPZ Sports, they are gonna play as greedy as previously they played, because knowing Mars as his last man standing, indeed, I think he's just gonna go back. He don't want to fight Nice, but Nice, I think he's gonna slowly move towards Mars, and I think Nice is still eager to find Mash and confirms it as a elimination, but Mash from from his backside, I think he's getting shot by another team, third partying them. Annie.
Yeah, yeah, that seems to be the case. But looks like Nish will be pushing into the building where Mosh
Ooh.
is in. But it looks like
Ooh.
Nish is taking some
Oh,
damage. Wow, that's a lot of damage in just such a short amount of time. And that's the end of .inc with Mash 1 versus 1 with the victory of OPZ Esports. And right now, Mash can go ahead and rotate out of the area, but unfortunately, veterans waiting, shooting at their car, but manages to get away. So, PD veteran, they can't. They're actually all alone as well. RGCoptika is down to 1 player, and that's veteran. I'm pretty sure they just lost another player, but
Yeah.
that was quite bad because veteran pretty much gave away their location, and Lawns is just at the corner putting their target on veteran.
mhm. And yeah, definitely for the side of Lance Vitelli, we have already seen him, just chilling, waiting for enemies to pop out because we're down to the last 7 teams. They have no plans to go for an early engagement. On the other hand, VE will be getting these kill points, while they have the chance, and that's just gonna be it. They will be trying their best to hold from here on out, especially that they're currently a complete perfect attendance, as you can say, and definitely, it really just gives them that chance to win this one, especially that they have their eyes on the supply crate and just waiting for some possible um, players that would be trying to get that away from them.
Yes, sir. But let's see right here, 10 more seconds. The zone might close to the open field. The zone may be formed like a donut, but yeah, let's just see because the zone is closing in 3, 2, 1, and let's go! We get some of the open fields, we get some of the ridges, and even we got some little parts of the compounds that will make a really perfect end zone for this game or on the fourth game of the day. But La Familia Rip, they are still locking over if Team PETM7, the top fraggers of this match today. And yeah, right now La Familia Rip is still giving some nades, giving some pressure, but indeed at the other side of the game, let's see, RGCoptika is just eliminated at the position of the 7 with 3 eliminations that they got in this match. But SM2, he's not gonna give up. He's still eager for more, giving some nades to VETM7. They're still waiting, hoping nade connect. But for now, SM2 must have a really lucky nade for his utility to connect to one of the players of Team VETM7, Annie.
Yeah, and you really need a lot of luck for that, but SM2 is unfortunately not meeting that luck, and they gotta play it smart because VTM7 completely outnumbers RIP right now. That this is a 3 versus 1. I don't know if VTM7 has the information that there's just only 1 player in that vicinity, but looks like they're not taking any chances. I think they're resetting their locations in comparison with SM2, but it looks like they'll be backing out. They'll be going into the circle, securing a good spot, and that goes the same with SM2 as well. They're all alone, so it's a little bit risky, but they're taking that chance as well. So, taking a look at the other teams, LHC, they're all still together. It looks like RIP. Who was that last person standing? They just they kind of lost their lives back there. Kind of curious how to see how that happened, but of course, we're looking at the teams that are still alive. We have VTM7, Syndicate TTS, LHC, and Alon's Esports. All in this tiny circle, our last top 5 teams. Let's see who will win because right now, VETM7, taking a look at how many eliminations they have. They've been playing so consistently so far and they've secured that number 1 spot. I'm just really rooting for these guys.
Yeah, definitely I am too. But I also do love, again, personally love an underdog stories. I could be rooting for Lons. On the other hand, back into the game, VTM7 really is just looking good, especially with game number 4 for now. and still pretty much alive. One member is down. We'll be needing some revive.
Oh, doesn't.
But yeah, Orpheus. Oh, another grenade falls down, and they're just gonna go and try to save each one of them. Grenade from TTS Cloud, going once again, once, twice. Will not catch anyone. And for now, Cloud will just have to move back, and yeah, they will be going back in a slow-paced game, especially that this is just gonna be a flat map, and they have their only protection right here are just trees or the grass.
Yes, natural obstacles are their only source of cover, but I think positioning and consistency will be the key, also trigger discipline. But yeah, right now the zone is gonna close and the zone is gonna shift towards the right maybe, and yeah, TTS is there, TM7 is there, most of the teams are in the safe zone, but let's see, because LHC is gonna do some gatekeeping to Team Sin, and of course VETM7 Orpheus, one of the players that we have spectated throughout the game, are still fighting with some of the players nearby him, but Team Sin from the upgrounds of this high ground, we can see Lance Esports is also there, but TTS again and again is fighting with Team VE, but Lance getting one player from Team Sin. And for now, I think Team TTS must do their job done with Team VE TM7, or for Team Team VE TM7, they must go to a safer place, go to a safer zone, they must fort with their cars, with their natural obstacles that they have or they find, because when the zone is gonna close, Annie, I bet the zone will be the most open zone that we could find, and the zone will be really vulnerable for teams that doesn't have any coverage.
Yeah, and it's a bit hard, especially the circles going into a lot of open spaces. And this is the trouble that these last five teams are facing. And they'll need a lot of help from the cars just to kind of give a little bit of cover. And of course, we're seeing Lost Esports going to be the first out of the five to get eliminated. Now we're down to four. That's Syndicate, VETM7, TTS Esports, and LHC Esports. We're seeing a lot of grenades coming in, and we're going to see a lot of that later on, especially since this is going to be an open field. In that, Syndicate, they're trying to put some pressure against TTS from a distance, but it's not giving any damage against Cloud, who is pretty much in the vanguard of this positioning. But of course, LHC is quite in a really good position. They have control over the two houses on the bottom part of the camera. And of course, VETM7, they have the numbers advantage. They're still four in the team. Very good survivability. And I like their positioning a lot. They have a lot of control over the map. But you know what? This is gonna be all about who can pretty much execute the last few minutes of this map really well, because right now we're in the stage 8 circle. There's a lot of open fields. It's just LHC that has the cover of the house, and it looks like Syndicate will be targeting them. Grenades coming in, not much damage done, but Syndicate, they're not gonna give up just yet.
Mhm. And with that, Syndicate still fighting against all odds, trying to get them down. Ooh, the crosshair just connected, but he has to wait for the head to pop out. The grenade will be thrown out, but as soon as he went out, he goes down. Now Rifa, low on health, needing some backup. The grenades also going as well. He could be taken out by Syndicate, but it's just gonna be it. It's just gonna be a very mysterious end for now, as we can't really know what's gonna happen for Rifa. But on the other hand, it also is looking good for Syndicate that they have the higher ground. They could just seek cover. A grenade could end them, but you'd have to guess where it will land, and the grenade landed once again, for really looking good for Syndicate. TTS Esports also just in the houses, just by the part, but it does look like Takuru being spotted. He's just gonna go down. Nape from TTS Esports will also fight one side of
Oh my
Syndicate,
god.
just trying to claim those kills. But now the team will be eliminated via Team 7 is now has their chance to fight this against the rest of the teams that are currently up and running.
Yep, and guys, if Team VETM7 gets the chicken dinner, they would be unstoppable on the overall rankings. But focusing on Team VETM7, Orpheus getting one player from Team LHC, but TTS Esports also give some of their attention to the other teams like such as Team VE to SDM7 from the side camera we've seen before. But Aku from Team TTS, he's still waiting. He's still making some fourth as cover, but Orpheus at the other side, Lucy is gonna get picked up and he's gonna get finished. Mad Boy, I guess he's the last man standing, and right now Orpheus is being one of the players available, but I don't think that VE TM7 can get that chicken there. It's almost impossible. I know things are impossible, but oh my god, Orpheus is gonna go down and he's gonna go to the lobby. Mad Boy himself will be the last man standing from Team LHC Esports. TTS Esports is also in front of them. Cloud giving one nade, popping up the nade up front, but Aku is eliminated with that Scarra, and this is it. A winner chicken dinner from TTS Esports. What an amazing play, and this is it for our fourth match of the day, guys.
Congratulations once again to TTS Esports for bagging the fourth winner chicken dinner for tonight. And that was a great run. There was a lot of great moments in that Erangel map, but of course, there will still be one more match later on. That would be Miramar. But Mike, I'd like to hear your thoughts about that previous game.
I mean, very interesting. I mean, everything was just. I really like those kinds of games there where you can't really you only have limited options for protection during the last few stages where it's just gonna be houses, just the natural landscape. It's just that. It just comes down to pure skill. The grenades from different teams also coming up, that was really impressive. But again, also a very good job for TTS Esports for bagging that winner chicken dinner.
You guys, but this is it for our fourth match of the day. Our lobby for the fifth match has opened up and we'll go for a break. So guys, we'll see you in the meantime. Bye bye.
Once again, guys, we are now back into the game. We are your shoutcasters. I'm Mike, and with me is Annie and Sam. And once again, we're down to the last game. This is just gonna be a Miramar, and I'm just as excited as you are, guys, because definitely we have seen a lot of these teams already showing up, and definitely for the last game, then they're just not gonna hold back.
Yeah, I know. They're not gonna hold back. They're not gonna hold on because this is the last match on Miramar. I know you're tired. I know I'm tired. Because let's end the game soon. Yeah, but yeah, as you can see,
No.
a little analysis, you can see that the flight path is going from prison to Impala. This is currently a similar, I guess, similar plane path from the previous Miramar that we've seen. And I guess from this flight path, we can see many of the repetitions from previous matches. Maybe the same clashes, maybe the same drop spots. But yeah, let's see what's up ahead, Annie.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the 16 teams will react to that flight path because it's quite similar, maybe a little bit different in terms of like the way the line is tilted, but basically they're looking at the same drop off points as the previous Miramar map. And if you guys remembered in that previous map, there was a lot of early game engagements, and they can't really avoid that because there's not much places to move about in this situation. And with that, the circle is just laughing at them, basically going far north towards Miramar. So these 16 teams, I mean 15 teams, now that AKAZAYA is out of the picture, they're gonna have to secure their vehicles and loot up really fast, try not to die from the early game engagements because the game's just pretty much laughing at them. And I guess it's up to them what they'll do with that. But for now, we're in the looting
Ooh,
phase,
Impala.
and perhaps maybe we're gonna be seeing some early game engagement. There's RIP and NRS. I think they'll be looting the place up first before they really kind of commit to engagement.
Yep,
God,
and
I mean, so
you go, Mike, you go,
okay,
Mike.
yeah, sorry, I was. Anyways, I mean, we have the potential with these teams. I mean, definitely, it really is interesting, but kind of sad. Really, I kind of feel sad for this team. I mean, two members are just alive for this team, so it's just really a huge disadvantage compared to the rest of these teams, and definitely a sad way to end day number one with a team like that. I mean, it's just gonna be hard to move on to the leaderboard, especially that these teams have already started to boost themselves up the ranks. So again, it's just a difficult way for them to say bye for game number five. I mean, they still have a chance. They could really disrupt the flow of people. You know, it's just gonna be that. But yeah, I mean, that's just gonna be hard from this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit hard, but we're looking at very good, not in a very good spot because Club Leons is just right around the corner. But grenades out. Culp was trying to see if they can get some damage in, but unfortunately, very good does not take any of that damage. They're positioned quite well, so that's good on their side. But still, JF's getting surrounded by the players of Club Leons, and right now they're gonna be pushing up to the staircase. Very good. Probably shouldn't try and get this engagement. Took some damage. That's down by a fourth of the points, but still, it's not looking good for them. There are only two players, so I'm not sure what they can do at this point. Maybe play their cards very carefully, but it's not looking good for the side of JF.
And looking at the building right here, we could see some potential fights. I mean, they're just really looking at each other. We could be looking to scout them up, but I mean, the rest of the teams also pretty much alive. We do see some kills up on the kill feed. However, he does look like he's being hunted right now, and with a very good. Again, as what they said, it's not looking very good as of now. Three cats are looking for this mice. Looking for this mouse right here as they're just trying to storm through the building and get those kills. And the shots, the bullets are just really raining down on them, and that would be the elimination for their last game for day number one.
Yeah, you're right about that. This was their last chance for today, and unfortunately, they'll be saying goodbye for tonight. And well, JF, they came in with only two players, so they didn't have a very good chance in survivability. But still, they had a pretty good run. They had 7 points from today, so that's good for them. Hopefully, they improve tomorrow. But right now, we're looking at NRS as well. They have to worry about La Familia RIP from a distance. They landed in the same spot. It looks like Chippy has spotted one member. That would be Vecna from the side of La Familia RIP. But I don't think Vecna's taking much damage. He's trying to get some shots in, trying to get, some bullets in. But then all that's really doing is kind of giving away information about them. But unfortunately, it does not result to any knocks.
No knocks for now, but it does look like the scopes are really on site for some potential kills. And with these 14 teams, we could possibly get another elimination. Though it's Miramar, it's a really large map. So usually we kind of expect quite a longer duration when it comes to Miramar maps, especially with it being the last game for today. Definitely, they're not gonna be going very aggressively. So that's just gonna be their goal is to place for a chicken dinner and maybe get some few kills along the way.
Yes, I do agree, but for now, I think the games is kind of passable way. 14 teams available, and 51 remaining. OPZ Bot Bro is gonna fight, and NRS too. But yeah, for now, Bot Bro is confirming 1 eliminations on the lands of Tumatera, and for now, Paradox maybe with his teammates are gonna fight with Team INC instead. But yeah, I guess there's nothing much happening. But for now, I think Paradox is also gonna wait because I see that timing is everything in a position like this. And of course, the thing, they're one of a kind team too. They can play aggressively even when they're in the 11th position of the overall rankings. I guess they can still pack a power when they're clash on. But yeah, for now, La Familia is the same too. They're still rotating indeed. But for now, there's nothing much going on. 14 teams left and 49 remaining. Two enemies has been eliminated since the time I read the what's the name the remaining stats. But yeah, for now nothing much is happening, and I think it might be the best waiting the zone to close, Annie.
Yeah, that's pretty much what everyone's waiting on right now. But it looks like TTS versus Lons Esports. There's gonna be something going on here. But on the other hand, on the some other part of the map, this is OPZ versus another team. Didn't quite catch their name, but it's not looking good for them. Actually, that's INC, yeah, and it's not looking good for them because I think the circle's gonna be pressuring some of these teams. And right now, Lons Esports, they're in a pretty good position, I suppose. They have TTS surrounded, and there's VTM7 at the eastern side of this point of view. And there's another team coming in as well from the northern side. Lons, of course, there's some showing up on the side of the kill feed. There's another team also on the distance. I mean, there's a lot of things happening in this vicinity, so that's gonna be pretty interesting. But so far, the kill feed's a little bit quiet, so I don't think
Ooh, the
much
zone.
damage is being done. Yeah.
I mean, definitely the damage has already been done right here, but still looking at the map, it really is surprising for me that we're gonna be seeing a circle that's not gonna be giving them a lot of those time to position themselves safely. I mean, you do only have a little bit of that circle. I mean, not a small, but you don't get the whole circle. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, in the kill feed, we do find one kill. I think that's gonna be from Yesh from the side of Launch Esports. They find one, and maybe that's actually a confirmation kill. But yeah, looking at other teams right now, VETM7. Remember the team because I think they're gonna be ending day number one as the current first placer to be followed by OPZ and TPS Esports.
Yeah, remember the teams and also remember the zone that we could see earlier. The earlier zone is just going to Torre Ahumada without any chances of being it shifted to the bottom again. Going to the Osis part, but wait, because LHC is currently fighting with Lons. Madu is going out of the fighting zone because Matboy from LHC Esports is gonna give him some shots. But yeah, Lance itself, they're gonna play it slow. They're gonna play it really slow but sure. But LHC, they're more in the. I think they're more. I think they're more in the game right now. 'Cause, they're gonna play aggressively and like SDMZ Cyanide always do. They're really aggressive for now. And let's see, one elimination has been confirmed by Blanky. And yep, that's it. The first elimination for SDMZ Cyanide on our last match. And that's Miramar and that's
Oh.
Shahnu with his
Oh.
flying car and
Oh.
Some Harry Potter kind of level of driving right there. But considering the fact that this is a Miramar map and it's still Sage of the Circle, the fact that there's so many things happening already, that's just absolutely crazy. And I think you can thank the flight path for that, and as well as the circle just goes north and going more north and going more north. PUBG is just laughing at them, and the players are probably losing their minds. But they'll have to make do with what the game gives them. It's all RNG, and so with that, actually taking a look at the leaderboards right now, some of these teams are losing a lot of health. And of course, VATM7 so far they're doing so well. Looking at those points, they pretty much secured number one spot at least for today. And OPZ is coming in from behind with like about 15 points deficit. But over here, INC Nice trying to see if they can get some bullets in, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be anything favorable to their side.
We have seen a little bit of that Mad Max reference, the guns going in while their cars are moving, and really at that point, I think I gotta give credit to Sam. He was right. The circle did move to the bottom part, and yeah, I mean, still that's good. That's just gonna be a smaller circle with this amount of teams that will be going into it. I mean, that's just. I mean, I do think the circle it looks like a cookie, and all of these teams are just those ants that are storming right through the. I don't even know how that came to mind, but it does look like that. I mean, the ants are just really trying their best to go to the cookie as much as possible.
What are you talking about?
And yeah, they're just marking their territory. Yeah, from that point, I mean, definitely, there's just gonna be that these teams respect each other. I mean, we do love some fun games, especially during the last game for today.
yeah, and I I somehow gonna agree with the cookies indeed though, because in Miramar there's no water, right? So in water you can see like the waters and stuff.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can see like the chocolate
Clever.
What are
chips
you
and the
guys
cookies.
talking about?
I think Anis is gonna crash out soon, but I think Lance is gonna crash out too because they're crashing with Team Sin or Team Syndicate up front. Matu, one of the players available up front. I think he's gonna wait. I think he's gonna flank a little bit, changing his position, finding the prime position to get three of the players of Sin. Oh my god, but they are making a man-made red zone right there. Utilities is being popped up, but oh my god, that's utilities give no sense. Give nothing to Matu, but
Goes
Gulubek
out,
is gonna
gets
get
one,
knocked down,
goes
but
down.
he's not gonna get finished. But Matu itself, or Team Lance, has been eliminated at the 14th place on today's match, number 5, Miramar.
Yeah, that was a crazy engagement coming in from Syndicate and Lance, but in the end, we're looking at NRS. At numbers, OPZ at this particular place. Bot Bro is on the red and needs that revive. Unfortunately, that might be the end, but over here, Mash is at a distance. And it looks like they'll be pulling away from this engagement because it's not very favorable on their side, especially if they get spotted by the players of NRS. But Mash is actually getting some bullets in. That's a knock on their side, their favor. And now Mash is going to be trying to see if they can get that last person on the other team. And of course, we're looking at OPT versus Leons. I'm sure both teams have some information that they're in there. So no one's really trying to go for that engagement just yet, and so maybe once the circle
Ooh,
closes
that's
in,
nice.
yep, Mash is back at it again. With that, that's a 4 eliminations on their side, and to think that they're the only player left on their side, so that's pretty impressive if you ask me.
hmm And right now, we are down to the last few teams right here. I mean, definitely, there's still many. Personally, there's still quite many. We do need to, control the population for this game. In game. But yeah, I mean, back into it. The shots are coming in. Oh, he got one I mean, kind of interested that, I mean, the bullets are just coming in,
Yeah.
but in a map like Miramar, I mean, personally, I can't even hit those shots from afar. Aside from my cell phone being, low quality, but I can't get those shots in. But yeah, we do see some kills to the kill feed, the confirmation points coming in for their team. But yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just gonna be it for now. There's still quite many 12 teams in 15 minutes, so we could probably be seeing a winner in a few moments. But for now, because definitely if there are a lot of teams, and then the game will is about to end, then there's just gonna be a lot of chaos.
Yes, and I do agree. But yeah, let's see here. TDF Esports is also gonna get some knocks up front, and from Manco 90, they're still gonna find some
Oh, that one.
enemies, right? Because yeah, Manco, I think he has many momentums to see enemies like left and right, up and down. But for now, Nahe and Lance, I think they're gonna fight. Yeah, they're gonna fight because TTS, Teletubbies, the cartoon you like to watch as a kid, is up front, and you see BVVIS 96 up there, just waiting to get shot, and that's a lead shot from Bogobe indeed from Syndicate, gaining one more point for them. But all teams aside, you can see like just VETM7 on top with 67 points, and as much as the points or as much as the elimination other team compounds, I think it's gonna be
Oh, the
hard
bullets.
to give some I think it's hard to just take the leap to go more than VETM7. But oh my god,
Oh.
TTS killed OPZ Esports, and the position 2 of our ranks is just been eliminated.
That was so anticlimactic. I mean, Mash was doing so well, and all of a sudden gets sniped from all the way out there by the Teletubbies, and that was pretty crazy. But that was kind of funny as well. But on the other hand, we're taking a look at Syndicate is up there on the elevation. They have the high ground, and Lucifer is at the bottom. And Bullet's also over there. Apparently, they're not. There are only two people left on the side of TT, and so that Syndicate. I don't know if they have the information that they need, but they definitely spotted at least
Ooh.
Bullet, and they're trying to see if they can get that elimination on their side. But for now, it looks like they're not gonna be making any rash decisions. But with that, Takuru puts a lot of bullets in against a Bullet. Yeah, that's pretty ironic. But with that, that's one elimination on the side of Syndicate.
Definitely, and that elimination could get them to their victory. But for now, La Familia, ooh, a very sad
Ooh.
La Familia with its last family member alive, and would probably be running away from them and hiding away from these intruders. As you know, definitely for Miramar, this could be their moment. This could be their underdog moment if they do get those skills. But for now, he will have to chill down and would probably be waiting for the population to be controlled later on, and maybe he can join in the fight.
Ooh.
And yeah, I mean, we do see some kills in the kill feed. Shafu getting those, and especially getting the confirmation points just helps the team forward.
Yes, and let's see here. Teams are really just holding on and on. Maybe some fight is gonna pop off soon. Noticing that we're at the mid to late game situation, but Admiral right there giving some man for action up front. But Manko itself from Team LHC or Team LHC Esports, they haven't give anything really special indeed. But a knocked out is gotten by one of the players of Team LHC. I'm not sure where that come from, but yeah, for now VETM7 also get one more elimination. Yeah, compounding points or compounding eliminations PUBG Mobile can do you wonders, can make you wonders, like Team VETM7, but not for Team LHC because they just have one elimination, and the last man standing is LHC 49, and they just got eliminated on rank 9 with only one elimination. Is gonna be hard for Team LHC, Team Lons, Team Sin, Team TTS if they don't hit the threshold point of, maybe in my opinion, is 45 to 50. Because for the next day, everybody is gonna be serious. Everybody's gonna know what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
And yeah, today is just the last day you can chill around. And yeah, for SDMZ, they need to grind for eliminations. It's on their hand. But Annie, I guess they can do that in this match.
Yes, that's definitely true. But we're looking at Sahu, we're getting a lot of damage against this player from afar. Some pretty long ranged guns, some long range shots, and that's really, really well for their side. But Crosshair's out.
Wow.
It looks like he's getting a lot.
Wow.
He's actually
Wow.
hitting those marks, and that's
Couldn't even do
absolutely
that.
crazy. That's crazy. Yeah,
Couldn't
you
even
can't
do
do
that.
that. If you could do that, you wouldn't be casting. You'd be in
Oh yeah.
PMNC. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry for roasting for like unwarranted. But over here, we're looking at the grenades coming in, and that's not gonna be. I guess that wasn't a grenade, but Blanky out in the open, just running around. Not sure why La Familia is not doing anything about that, but Blanky will be rotating out of the area. And so far, surprisingly, it's a little bit quiet. No one's really
Yeah.
engaging. We're going in for a stage 5 circle. And of course, these teams, they're all coming together, but they're playing really defensively for now.
For now, they're gonna be very defensive. So, looking at Cyanide's perspective, on the other hand, a very nice spot for them to just go here and shoot some bullets while having that cover ready. Whenever they get stormed with bullets and grenades as well, they can just go for cover. They can get inside the house. It's just a very good. I give credit for Cyanide for choosing that spot. Though they could be stormed later on, but I think they're not. They've already anticipated for that. Maybe they're gonna be very careful as they run as the stages as the circle is getting even smaller. But yeah, the rest of the teams still pretty much alive and running. I mean, you do see that circle already situated at the center, so it really gives them the chance. All of the teams have the chance to get inside the circle with a pretty much fair amount of fighting chance.
Yep, and yeah, for now, everybody's got the fair amount uh, of of experiences, maybe. But yeah, back to the game. Let's see here. Zone is gonna close in 20 seconds. Oasis, one of the rarer parts of Miramar, the parts that we don't likely see. It's now being shooted with the Cameron D TTS and Leon's is here. And yeah, let's see what's gonna go down because many of the teams from other parts of Miramar they have played, but for now, Shanu and few players from SDMZ's Cyanide are gonna hold it first. DTS is also they're gonna hold it first, so teams are not gonna go aggressive, but not for Shanu. Shanu itself got the last man standing of La Familia Esports, making them go to the lobby, and this is the time when I think TTS should push to Leon's or just TTS going back. Just either you go big or go home. I think Annie for this one.
Yeah, definitely going big for the side of Shafu, throwing in some grenades, the Molotov actually, and this is kind of like a numbers disadvantage for the side of Shafu, but he's going in 3 versus 1, and of course that did not work out well, especially since Leon's is pretty much like a 3-man team. And so with that, we're gonna be saying goodbye for now. And of course, Leon's they do bag one more elimination on their side. But here we're looking at Cyanide versus VTM7. Once again, VTM7 they're quite comfortable on the spot in the leaderboards, but of course they're not being complacent, which is the good thing on their side. For now, they do have 3 eliminations. They're probably searching for their fourth, and they see Cyanide from a distance, and whether or not the players from the side of VTM7 will be taking this engagement. It looks like they're still kind of biding their time and waiting for the right moment to strike. They're not making a move just yet. And Cyanide, they tried throwing some throwables, but I think they're also gonna wait on VETM7, maybe wait until the circle moves in, because it's gonna close in a couple of seconds, but eventually that circle's gonna shrink and it's gonna force one or both of these teams to make a move.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. And for now, I mean, back to the game, we do see a lot of a few of these teams. Though we can kind of, just by looking at this, we can kind of predict which team has the highest chance of survivability. VETM7, they're pretty much a little bit separated, but you know they're kind of at the low ground, so they could be hunted by Syndicate whenever, especially that they have the high ground. And yeah, I mean, the rest of the team still pretty much has the chance, but now Nehi finds already one. It could be revealing himself as well while doing that, so that could be a very big disadvantage. And it just really comes down to the circle, just forcing them to confront each other and just to fight against each other.
Yet the circle is now the MVP. We cannot deny that fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, the circle is always chasing after the players indeed. Because for now, as DMZ also, they're not in the circle. They must move a little, but VETM7, the king of the game, is still there with 68 points with 3 players alive. If I'm not, 3 player alive. If I'm not wrong. Yeah, as you can see, VETM7 is just waiting for them. CND at the other side, Shushui getting 4 eliminations indeed. Maybe he's gonna go aggressive. Blanky up front, getting Admiral from VETM7. They're still gonna wait, and Blanky using his native viewers, his native hymns, and Blanky is throwing one nade, and I hope it connects, but ooh, it just give a little damage up front, and Leon's also Minto getting knocked out from Bogube up front, and oh my god, Club Leons is eliminated after this. After this 4 teams is left, and let's see who can be the one that
Yeah,
gets
I
the
mean,
chicken dinner in this match. My bad.
yeah, it's fine. And I think that was pretty crazy, especially with the side of Syndicate. They pretty much wiped out the team. But over here, I'm really rooting for VETM7. But right now, I don't think it's like much of a good run for this map. They only have 3 eliminations, which is quite a lot actually. But considering the fact that they got like 10 eliminations in the previous rounds, it's a little bit falling off. But looking at Nahi getting a lot of damage against OPT, and OPT, unfortunately, they don't have a very good location as compared to Syndicate. Syndicate does have the higher ground. They have a really good vantage point to see the other teams, and so Syndicate, they have a good chance of getting this winner chicken dinners, especially since they have a really good number on their team as well. But still rooting for the other teams. There's still a chance that the tables could turn. We're looking at Eddie trying to get those bullets in, but unfortunately, we're not seeing any knocks just yet.
No knocks for now, but they do have some information already prepared to fight against each other, and it's just gonna be down to VE and Syndicate to actually be able to fight this one. Oh, VE finds the one from the side of Syndicate. Now they would be trying to avoid the bullets right here, and it's just a very wild place right here for the map to be situated in this area, because there's a lot of those the mountain range is just really giving them a lot of those protection. Whenever they go for a peek, then they could take a few shots in, but when they go back, then they're just pretty much safe. So again, it just really gives them a lot of that breathing space, breathing room for these teams.
Yes, but yeah, for now, let's see. VE to STM7 and Syndicate. They're on one side. Bogube up front, giving some nades, but it's cancelled. But Eddie is giving a really laser-like focus to one of the players from Sin. Takuru is one of the players that has been locked, but from Sin itself, they have a lot of momentum up front. But let's see, Bogube is giving some nades up front. Shinshui, he's not gonna get it, and Eddie at the other side is gonna flank. And yeah, for now, I think Syndicate, they might be the team that gets eliminated. But at the other side, 3 teams is left, 3 or 4 teams is left. VE to S, Syndicate, and CND. Let's see who can get the chickener. But for now, I think I'm rooting for CND, because CYANIDE or even VTM7, if they got this chickener, it will be a game changer for the overall ranks later. But Syndicate Takuru for now from the back getting some information, but at the other side, SDMZ CYANIDE, they're still gonna hold. And yeah, moving on to Orpheus from this side of VTM7, they're just still waiting. But Takuru itself on the other side of the cam, we can see they are currently third-partying one another.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, these 3 teams, they all have their strong points. I mean, VTM7's been really consistent so far. They have a lot of points on their side. On the other hand, Syndicate's also a pretty decent team. Thonkaru taking a lot of damage, however, against Orpheus. And actually, they're both quite low in health. They're both healing at the same time. I love that. the screen pretty much put them like side by side. And it looks like Orpheus is gonna be losing a lot of health, be going down. He'll need that revive. Now we're looking at Admiral. Eddie's also gonna get knocked down by the hands of Thakuru. And so with that, I'm quite worried about VETM7. They might get eliminated at this point. Especially if Admiral goes down. 1 versus 1. Thakuru versus Admiral. Thakuru with the height advantage, but not anymore. They've pretty much this is a 1 versus 1, guys. I'm actually kind of nervous. Admiral! Oh my gosh, that was absolutely crazy. And with that, that's the victory of Syndicate.
With a pen,
With
a frying pan to end day number 1, game number 5. Wow, I have no words.
I have no words
Back to you,
either.
Sam.
Wow.
I have no words either. It's just kind of unexpected. I don't know if they have no ammo or are they even trolling, because having a chicken dinner with the last having the chicken dinner with the last kill with a pan, I think it's I think it's really shameful for the team. And aside from that, the team that was killed was the VE to SDM7. That's which they are one of the top teams on the classman right now.
Yeah, that was actually a really crazy ending towards that last game. I mean, that was pretty funny, but then it worked out. So I guess Syndicate was really like confident with that. But then once again, that concludes our game number 5 for our PUBG Mobile's National Championship Maldives. And thank you so much to E2S Gaming for streaming this on YouTube. By the way, thank you so much for making this cast possible. And so with that. This is the country finals for Maldives. And we were your casters. Mikey was with me along with Sam. We're going to be seeing you guys for day number 2 tomorrow with 5 more maps. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be seeing you after this tomorrow.